Welcome back, fellow seekers of the shadows. You've tuned into Stories of Crime, the place where the veil between the mundane and the monstrous is brutally ripped away. Tonight, we aren't just reading a report. We are opening a file, marked top priority, tucked away in the darkest corner of the archives. We're going to step across that chalk line and peer into the void, where human nature meets its most terrifying extremes. In this hour, the street lights flicker, the shadows deepen, and the truth is often far more chilling than any fiction you could invent. Forget the heroes. Tonight, we focus on the villains. On the motives that curdle the blood, and the consequences that echo forever. So, dim the lights. Lock your doors. Take a deep, steadying breath, because once the story begins, there's no turning back. This is Stories of Crime. And the case we're unfolding tonight is the Seven Dials Mystery. Look, the mystery of the 8 alarm clocks. Welcome, dear listener, to a deep dive into Hook, the mystery of the 8 alarm clocks, a pivotal chapter from Agatha Christie's The Seven Dials Mystery. This opening sequence is not merely a plot device, it's a masterclass in narrative strategy, meticulously crafted to ensnare our attention and establish a profound sense of unease that will permeate the entire unfolding enigma. Let us begin with the theoretical underpinnings of this masterful hook. We are exploring the art of capturing the listener's attention with a bizarre prank that tragically precedes a profound catastrophe. Think about this for a second. Why does such a narrative choice resonate so deeply? It stems from a fundamental violation of expectation, a psychological jolt that thrusts the audience from a state of light-hearted amusement into the icy grip of horror. This technique exploits our innate human tendency to seek patterns and meaning, only to shatter them violently. A seemingly innocuous, even comical, event, a prank among friends, morphs without warning into a harbinger of death. The abrupt tonal shift creates a profound cognitive dissonance. Our brains are wired to anticipate a logical progression, a gradual escalation of tension, but here, Christie delivers an emotional gut punch. One moment, we are chuckling at the playful mischief. The next, we are confronted with the stark, unyielding reality of mortality. This immediate, jarring contrast forces us to re-evaluate everything we thought we understood about the characters and their world. It implants an urgent, insatiable curiosity. How did this happen? What forces could transform such a trivial act into a prelude for something so final and devastating? The brilliance lies in making the seemingly unrelated, the prank and the death, inextricably linked in the listener's mind, thereby establishing the central mystery with an unparalleled intensity. This is the narrative equivalent of a sudden, deafening silence after a burst of laughter, a moment that sears itself into the memory, compelling us to seek resolution. It's an exercise in narrative irony, where the very act designed for annoyance becomes the macabre backdrop for murder, or at least, for a death shrouded in immediate suspicion. Now, let's descend from the theoretical high ground and immerse ourselves in the practical execution of this narrative brilliance, beginning with the playful atmosphere at Chimneys regarding Gary Wade's sleeping habits. Imagine, if you will, the opulent yet slightly worn grandeur of Chimneys, a sprawling country estate where the privileged young and restless often converged. The air itself seemed to hum with an almost palpable sense of inherited leisure, punctuated by the clinking of teacups, the rustle of newspapers, and the casual, often sharp, banter of its occupants. Gerald Wade, or Gary as he was affectionately, if exasperatedly, known, was a fixture of this particular social set. His distinguishing characteristic, beyond a certain languid charm, was an almost superhuman capacity for sleep. He was famously, perhaps notoriously, late. Breakfast at Chimneys was a lively affair, a social ritual where guests would gather, exchanging gossip and observations on the day's planned activities. And invariably, one particular topic would arise, almost as predictable as the morning sun: Gary Wade's continued absence. Picture the scene: the grand dining room, sunlight streaming through tall windows, illuminating polished mahogany and gleaming silver. Lady Eileen Bundle-Brant, perhaps, with her characteristic impetuousness, might be heard exclaiming, "Has anyone seen Gary? Is he still in the land of Nod? One would think he's trying to set a world record for indolence." A ripple of chuckles would follow. Someone else, perhaps a more sardonic guest, might add, "He's likely dreaming of the perfect lie-in, uninterrupted by the trivialities of the waking world." The conversation surrounding Jerry's epic slumber was always tinged with good-natured exasperation, a mixture of amusement and mild irritation. It was A.R. But silence, a profound and disturbing silence, follows the initial racket. No angry exclamations. No thud of bare feet. Just the fading echoes of the alarms, and then, nothing. A pause. A tentative knock on the door, perhaps by Bundle, eager to witness her friend's discomfited state. "Gary? Are you awake yet, you lazy brute?" No response. The playful smiles would begin to falter, replaced by faint lines of concern. The door, it turns out, is unlocked, slightly ajar. Curiosity, or perhaps a flicker of unease, would compel one of them to push it open. And that is when the world tilts on its axis. The room, still vibrating with the phantom echoes of the alarms, presents a tableau of unsettling stillness. Gary Wade lies in his bed, motionless. The blankets are somewhat disarrayed, the pillows askew, but it's his posture, the unnatural stillness, that immediately arrests the gaze. There's no sign of a struggle, no indication of a troubled awakening. He is simply still. Too still. The playful atmosphere of moments before evaporates like mist in the sun. It's replaced by a cold, penetrating dread. The initial reaction is disbelief, a frantic refusal to accept the obvious. Someone might rush forward, a hand reaching out, only to recoil from the unnerving chill of his skin. The vibrant, if indolent, life force that was Gary Wade is gone. The playful prank, designed to rouse him from his slumber, has instead become a macabre backdrop to his ultimate, eternal sleep. The realization dawns, swift and brutal: this isn't a joke. This isn't a minor inconvenience. This is death. Panic sets in, a strangled cry, a gasp of horror. The house, moments ago a haven of jovial camaraderie, is suddenly transformed into a silent, horrified stage for an unimaginable tragedy. The very clocks that were meant to be a source of amusement now stand as silent, accusatory witnesses to a death that no one can comprehend. The air thickens with unspoken questions, with the chilling awareness that their innocent game has collided with something infinitely darker, something utterly incomprehensible. The laughter dies, replaced by the profound, unsettling silence of grief and burgeoning fear. And then, we arrive at a crucial practical detail, highlighting the strange detail of the 7 dials on the mantelpiece and one missing clock. In the immediate aftermath of the horrific discovery, as the initial shock and grief slowly give way to a dawning, terrifying curiosity, attention naturally turns to the specifics of the scene itself. Amidst the chaos of the room, still saturated with the lingering, almost spectral presence of the recently departed, one particular detail on the mantelpiece would stand out with a chilling, almost symbolic significance. There, arranged with a deliberate, almost ritualistic precision, were 7 small, decorative clock faces, or dials, perhaps small, intricate antique pieces, or simply sketches, representations of clocks without their working mechanisms. Each dial was unique, yet together they formed a curious pattern, an unexplained arrangement that seemed to whisper of a deeper, hidden meaning. Now, consider the profound implication of this. There were 8 alarm clocks placed in the room, yet only 7 dials were present on the mantelpiece. This is not a random inconsistency, it is a meticulously planted seed of mystery, designed to prick at the listener's subconscious and demand explanation. What happened to the 8th clock? Was it removed? If so, by whom, and why? Was it taken before or after Jerry's death? This single missing item transforms the scene from a mere accidental tragedy into a deliberate, calculated enigma. The presence of the 7 dials immediately points towards the titular 7 dials, hinting at a secret society, a clandestine organization that lies at the heart of the larger conspiracy. It implies a premeditated act, a carefully staged tableau, rather than a mere consequence of a prank gone wrong. The absence of that one clock becomes a gaping hole in the fabric of the immediate reality, an unanswera. They focus on what just happened, what is readily at the forefront of their minds, rather than considering less obvious, more elaborate explanations. Then there is cognitive dissonance. This is the mental discomfort experienced by a person who holds 2 or more contradictory beliefs, ideas, or values, or is confronted by new information that conflicts with existing beliefs. The playful, light-hearted atmosphere surrounding the prank and the sudden, brutal reality of death create immense cognitive dissonance. The characters struggle to reconcile the two opposing realities. It's too jarring, too illogical for their brains to process smoothly. This can lead to a psychological shutdown, an initial inability to fully accept the gravity of the situation, often manifesting as shock or denial. They want to believe it's a tragic accident, not a sinister plot, because the latter shatters their entire worldview. Another significant barrier is normalcy bias. This is the tendency to underestimate the likelihood of a disaster, and to believe that things will always function as they normally have. The world of chimneys, for these characters, has always been one of predictable routines, social pleasantries, and minor escapades. A murder, particularly one seemingly tied to their own playful actions, shatters this normalcy. Their minds initially resist accepting such a profound disruption, leading them to search for explanations that maintain a sense of order and predictability, even if those explanations are ultimately insufficient. It's difficult for them to believe that something truly horrifying has happened in their safe, predictable world. Finally, we have the insidious influence of groupthink and the diffusion of responsibility. Since the prank was a collective effort, there might be an initial reluctance within the group to openly question each other or attribute blame. There's a subconscious desire to maintain group cohesion, and to avoid acknowledging that one of them might be a killer, or that their collective action provided the perfect cover. The diffusion of responsibility means that no single individual feels entirely responsible for investigating or challenging the initial, less threatening assumptions, as the burden is spread across the entire group. This collective hesitation can delay critical inquiry and allow the true perpetrator valuable time to cover their tracks or manipulate perceptions. The masterstroke of Christie's narrative here is how she uses these very human psychological tendencies to both immerse the listener in the character's initial confusion and to deepen the mystery. We experience their biases, their struggles with cognitive dissonance, and their initial disbelief, making the eventual unraveling of the truth all the more satisfying and impactful. It's a testament to her profound understanding of human nature and narrative construction, ensuring that the hook, the mystery of the 8 alarm clocks, remains not just a clever plot device, but a truly unforgettable chapter in the annals of mystery fiction. Let us reflect for a moment on the totality of this opening. The careful construction of the playful atmosphere, the meticulous detailing of the prank, the visceral shock of discovery, and the enigmatic clue of the 7 dials and the missing clock, all coalesce to create an unparalleled narrative launchpad. It's a microcosm of the entire book's appeal, a seemingly straightforward scenario twisted by a dark secret, forcing us to question everything we perceive. Christie doesn't just present a mystery, she immerses us in the very psychological struggle of confronting the inexplicable, making us active participants in the search for truth from the very first moments. The echoes of those 8 alarms, now silent, reverberate with unanswered questions, propelling us deeper into the labyrinthine world of the Seven Dials mystery. Introduction. Welcome to Chimneys. Welcome, esteemed listener, to a journey into the heart of early 20th century intrigue, wit, and unexpected danger. We begin our adventure with introduction. Welcome to Chimneys, the inaugural chapter of Agatha Christie's brilliantly intricate The Seven Dials mystery. This opening serves not merely as a starting point, but as a meticulously crafted tapestry, woven with threads of character, setting, and tone that will define our entire experience. Let us embark on a profound exploration of what it truly means to set a scene and, perhaps even more critically, to introduce a narrator's perspective on the characters that will soon populate our imaginative landscape. Setting a scene is far more than painting a static picture. It is the act of breathing life into an environment, imbuing it with atmosphere, history, and a subtle sense of its own personality. Think of it as laying the very foundations of a world, brick by metaphorical brick, using descriptive language as your mortar. The narrator, in this crucial initial phase, acts as our most trusted guide, a seasoned cartographer mapping out emotional terrains and psychological landscapes. Their perspective isn't just a window into the story, it is the very lens through which we, the listeners, will perceive every nuance, every gesture, every whispered secret. Consider for a moment the profound power of first impressions. Just as in real life, the initial encounter with a fictional character, filtered through the narrator's voice, casts a long and indelible shadow over our subsequent understanding. The narrator might present a character with a tone of fond amusement, instantly inviting our shared affection. Or perhaps with a subtle hint of disdain, immediately fostering a sense of suspicion or guarded curiosity. This isn't about explicit judgment, it's about the nuanced choice of adjectives, the rhythm of a sentence, the subtle emphasis on certain traits over others. A narrator might describe a character's impeccable attire with a hint of admiration, or with a faint, almost imperceptible scoff, transforming the same words into a commentary on vanity or superficiality. These delicate verbal inflections are the brush strokes that define our emotional palette for the entire narrative. The narrator's perspective also plays a pivotal role in establishing the story's overarching tone. If they describe a grand, ancient estate with a wistful, almost melancholic reverence, we are instantly prepared for a tale steeped in history and perhaps a touch of Gothic mystery. If, however, they recount the same estate with a dry, almost ironic wit, we brace ourselves for satire, social commentary, or perhaps even a comedic unraveling of genteel pretensions. In the case of the Seven Dials mystery, we are promised a truly unique blend, and the narrator's initial descriptive choices are paramount in preparing us for this delightful and dangerous tonal dance. Furthermore, the narrator's early character introductions are often pregnant with subtle foreshadowing. Without revealing plot points, they can hint at underlying motives, future roles, or inherent conflicts that will inevitably propel the narrative forward. A passing mention of a character's unflappable composure might subtly suggest their resilience in times of crisis, or conversely, mask a deeply suppressed vulnerability. A narrator might dwell on a character's keen, almost predatory gaze, immediately imbuing them with a sense of hidden purpose, even before their true intentions are revealed. These are not merely observations, they are carefully placed breadcrumbs, guiding our subconscious expectations and deepening our engagement with the unfolding drama. It's about building empathy, or conversely, suspicion, by carefully curating the details we receive and the emotional tint with which they are presented. Now, let's turn our attention to the practical layers of how this theoretical framework manifests within our specific chapter. Our first crucial point is to introduce the setting of Chimneys, a historic estate used for did. We can almost hear the faint echoes of past conversations, the rustle of silk gowns, the clinking of brandy glasses in its opulent drawing rooms. This isn't just any old house, Chimneys carries the gravitas of an ancestral seat, a place where generations of aristocratic families have lived, loved, and perhaps harbored secrets. To truly grasp the essence of Chimneys as a stage for diplomatic intrigue, consider a real-world parallel, albeit a fictionalized interpretation. Picture something akin to Chequers, the official country residence of the British Prime Minister, or perhaps even a more secluded, less publicly known estate like Cliveden, which famously hosted influential figures and became entangled in political scandal. These are places where history is not just observed, but actively made, often behind closed doors and away from prying eyes. Imagine Chimneys as a locus for covered gatherings. Its vastness offers anonymity, its secluded grounds provide security, and its venerable reputation lends an air of unimpeachable respectability to even the most clandestine discussions. Perhaps a series of urgent, whispered meetings take place in its oak-paneled library, where powerful figures from various nations convene under the guise of a leisurely country weekend. Documents might be discreetly exchanged over a game of billiards in the dimly lit games room. Vital intelligence could be passed during a seemingly innocuous stroll through the rose garden. The very fabric of Chimneys, its labyrinthine corridors, its hidden passages, its expansive cellars, all lend themselves to the art of secrecy and subterfuge. It's a place where the weight of its past is almost palpable, where every portrait on the wall seems to observe the present machinations with knowing eyes. This historical depth suggests layers of stories, both celebrated and forgotten, providing a rich, fertile ground for the complex web of political espionage and criminal conspiracy that will unfold. The elegant dining hall, designed for convivial banquets, might instead host tense negotiations, the clinking of cutlery masking the sharp exchanges of diplomatic chess. The serene lake in the grounds could easily become a drop-off point for sensitive information, or even, God forbid, a place where secrets are buried forever. Chimneys, therefore, is not merely a setting, it is an active participant, its very architecture and auras silently facilitating the high-stakes games played within its ancient walls. Now, let us establish the character of Lady Eileen Bundle Brent as the spirited protagonist. Bundle is not your typical demure young lady of the era. She is a vibrant, independent, and delightfully audacious character, brimming with an irrepressible zest for life and an insatiable curiosity that often leads her into peril. Picture a young woman with a sharp wit, a keen intellect, and a healthy disdain for the stifling conventions of her aristocratic upbringing. Her spirited nature manifests in her readiness to challenge authority, to question the status quo, and to dive headfirst into situations that most would prudently avoid. To illustrate this, imagine a small anecdote. Bundle, perhaps bored by a particularly dull society luncheon, once slipped away from the table, scaled a rather precarious garden wall, and then convinced a passing motorcar driver to take her on an impromptu, exhilarating ride to a nearby village just to procure a specific, obscure book she'd heard about. She returned hours later, windswept and beaming, utterly unrepentant for causing a minor scandal, much to the exasperation of her more conventional peers and the grudging admiration of her understanding father. This isn't recklessness for its own sake, it's a profound yearning for genuine experience and a fierce independence of spirit. Now, let's look at why this happens. Bundle is the quintessential flapper generation individual, pushing against the societal constraints that sought to define women solely by their marital prospects or their ability to host a polite tea party. Her spirit is a dir. How does the narrative prepare us for this dramatic transition? Through subtle hints, a growing sense of unease that permeates the later scenes at Chimneys, or direct allusions to dangers that extend far beyond its gates. We might hear whispered rumors of a shadowy organization, or encounter characters who seem ill-suited to the country estate, their presence hinting at connections to a world far less refined. Picture a brief, atmospheric dive into this darker realm. Imagine Bundle, perhaps disguised or simply out of place, navigating a labyrinthine network of dimly lit back alleys, the air thick with the smell of stale beer, coal smoke, and desperation. The distant, muffled rumble of traffic replaces the gentle chirping of birds. Figures emerge from the shadows, their faces etched with suspicion or cunning. She might find herself in a smoky, illicit gambling den, or a secretive meeting in a forgotten pub, where the stakes are not just money, but life and death. The shift is not just geographical, it is psychological. Bundle, accustomed to the privileges and protections of her class, is forced to adapt to a world where her social standing means nothing, and her wits are her only currency. This journey isn't just a physical movement, it's an initiation, a test of her resolve, and a deepening of the mystery into a truly dangerous realm. The narrator must establish this contrast with vivid, sensory detail, drawing the listener into the palpable tension of a world where every step could be fraught with peril. It's a descent from the light of aristocratic privilege into the shadowed depths of criminal enterprise, a crucible for our spirited protagonist. Now, let's consider the long-term impact of these meticulously laid foundations and the common psychological barriers related to this intricate art of storytelling. The long-term impact of effectively setting the scene and introducing characters is nothing short of profound. These initial moments don't just kickstart the story, they lay down the genetic code for the entire narrative experience. When a scene like chimneys is rendered so vividly, it transforms from a mere location into an emotional anchor. Later in the story, when characters reminisce about their time there, or when new threats emerge that seem to mock its grandeur, the listener feels a deeper connection, a more potent sense of loss or violation. The house becomes a symbol, and its initial portrayal dictates the emotional weight of that symbol throughout the book. Similarly, a character like Bundle, when introduced with such a distinct personality and a clear spark of individuality, becomes more than just a protagonist, she becomes a companion. Listeners invest emotionally in her journey. Her initial spirited nature sets expectations for her resilience and cleverness, making her triumphs more satisfying and her moments of vulnerability more poignant. This early character establishment creates a narrative contract. We understand who she is, and we expect her to behave in ways consistent with that initial portrait, even as she grows and changes. This consistency, or compelling divergence from it, is crucial for sustained engagement. The early blend of Waterhousian wit and high-stakes mystery also has a lasting psychological effect. It teaches the listener to expect the unexpected, to anticipate tonal shifts, and to appreciate the complex interplay between levity and gravitas. This unique blend makes the narrative more dynamic and keeps the listener perpetually engaged, constantly guessing whether the next turn will bring a chuckle or a gasp. It elevates the genre beyond a simple whodunit, embedding it with layers of social commentary and character study. The initial tonal setting primes us for a rich and varied emotional experience, preventing the story from becoming either too light to be thrilling or too dark to be enjoyable. However, achieving this delicate balance and profound impact is not without its common psychological barriers, both for the author and for the listener. For the author, one of the primary ch. Chapters 1 to 4, The Prank Goes Wrong. Welcome, dear listener, to a profound exploration of the opening chapters of Agatha Christie's classic mystery, The Seven Dials Mystery. We embark on a journey into chapters 1 to 4, The Prank Goes Wrong, a segment that masterfully sets the stage for a thrilling narrative by introducing us to a world of youthful exuberance, ill-fated tomfoolery, and the abrupt, chilling intrusion of death. Our focus today is threefold. First, we will deeply immerse ourselves in the narrative's initial setup. Second, we will meticulously dissect the execution of a seemingly harmless, yet tragically consequential, prank, and finally, we will confront the immediate, devastating aftermath of a sudden, mysterious death. These foundational elements are not merely plot points, they are meticulously crafted narrative devices designed to establish character dynamics, introduce simmering tensions, and, most importantly, plunge us directly into the heart of an unfolding enigma. Think about this for a second. How often do seemingly trivial events snowball into profound, life-altering circumstances? This is the very essence we uncover here. The initial setup of any mystery novel is paramount. It's where the author subtly plants seeds of suspicion, introduces the players on the stage, and paints the backdrop against which the drama will unfold. In The Seven Dials Mystery, Christie masterfully introduces us to a group of bored, wealthy young adults at Chimneys, a grand country estate. Their ennui, a common affliction among the privileged, becomes the fertile ground for mischief. This theoretical layer, the foundation upon which all subsequent events are built, shows us how a seemingly innocent desire for amusement can possess unforeseen, catastrophic ripples. The character dynamics are laid bare, the flippant indifference, the underlying boredom, the yearning for excitement, however manufactured. These are not merely descriptions, they are psychological insights into a particular social stratum, establishing a collective mindset ripe for ill-conceived schemes. The very atmosphere of Chimneys, with its vastness and the freedom it affords its guests, paradoxically creates a vacuum that these young people feel compelled to fill, often with their own brand of audacious amusement. Now, let's look at why this happens and how Christie crafts this environment. The initial setup is more than just setting, it is about establishing the emotional and intellectual landscape. The theoretical framework suggests that an effective narrative setup creates a sense of expectation, a subtle foreshadowing of what might go wrong. We are introduced to the central figure of their collective amusement, Gary Wade, a young man known for his prodigious sleeping habits and his tendency to miss key events. He is, in essence, the perfect target for a good-natured, if slightly cruel, prank. The dynamics of the group, their shared amusement at Wade's expense, are critical. It's a collective consciousness, a hive mind focused on a singular, mischievous goal. This initial camaraderie, born of shared laughter and light-hearted conspiracy, is what makes the subsequent shock so potent and disorienting. The setup, therefore, isn't just about what happens, but about the state of being that allows these events to unfold. The execution of the prank itself is where the narrative shifts from theoretical potential to tangible action, and it's here that we must delve into its meticulous details. The plan is simple, audacious, and conceived with the gleeful innocence of youth. Awaken Gary Wade with a cacophony of alarm clocks. The sheer scale of the prank, involving 8 separate timepieces, speaks volumes about the group's dedication to their mischief. Let's recount the purchase of the alarm clocks and their stealthy placement in Wade's room with a vivid story, a practical exercise in narrative construction. Imagine the conspirators, perhaps Bundle Brent and Jimmy Thesiger, slipping away from the stately confines of Chimneys. Picture them in a quaint, perhaps slightly dusty, market town, Far-Re. The alarms have rung, but Wade remains utterly motionless in his bed. The initial jocularity would evaporate, replaced by a creeping unease, a cold knot forming in the stomach. A tentative hand reaches out to shake him. No response. The color drains from faces. Panic begins to set in, a visceral, sickening dread. The realization dawns, slowly, horrifyingly, that this is not sleep, it is something far more permanent. The discovery itself is a practical case study in the psychological impact of sudden death, particularly when guilt, however indirect, is involved. The immediate reaction would be a maelstrom of emotions: disbelief, horror, self-reproach, and a sickening surge of fear. The prank, once a source of innocent amusement, now appears monstrous, a direct catalyst for what has transpired. The presence of chloral hydrate, a powerful sedative, immediately introduces a sinister element. This wasn't a natural death, it was an overdose, implying either suicide, a terrible thought given the prank, or, far more terrifying, murder. The very air in the room would suddenly feel thick with unspoken questions, with the heavy weight of suspicion. The joyous prank has curdled into a deadly serious matter, leaving its perpetrators grappling with an unbearable burden of complicity and dread. The vibrant, youthful energy of the house would be instantly extinguished, replaced by a pervasive pall of shock and suspicion. Every glance would become loaded, every whispered conversation a source of paranoia. This brings us to Lord Caterham's reaction and the arrival of the local doctor. Lord Caterham, the unwitting host of this sudden tragedy, embodies the bewildered and increasingly distressed authority figure. His initial reaction would be one of profound shock and immense inconvenience. Imagine him, a man of routine and tradition, suddenly confronted with such a gruesome disturbance to the peace of his stately home. His primary concern, beyond the immediate tragedy, would likely be the scandal, the disruption to his meticulously ordered life, and the unwelcome intrusion of officialdom. His world, normally so predictable and genteel, has been brutally invaded by the unexpected and the macabre. Let's trace his experience as a practical step-by-step exercise in managing a crisis he is ill-equipped for. Step 1. The notification. Lord Caterham would be roused from his sleep, or perhaps just enjoying a quiet breakfast, by a frantic, hushed messenger. The news would hit him like a physical blow. His initial disbelief would quickly morph into a grim acceptance, tinged with annoyance at the sheer impropriety of it all. Dead? Young Wade. Good heavens! What nonsense is this? Step 2. The assessment. He would likely proceed to Wade's room, not out of any particular investigative prowess, but out of a sense of duty and perhaps a desperate hope that it was all a terrible misunderstanding. The sight of the lifeless young man, the hushed, terrified faces of his guests, would confirm the awful reality. His imposing frame might slump slightly, his face, usually composed, etched with genuine distress. Step 3. The call for help. The immediate, practical necessity would be to summon professional help. The local doctor would be the first point of contact. This call would be made with a tremor in his voice, conveying a sense of urgency and gravity that Lord Caterham rarely had to employ. The doctor, accustomed to treating minor ailments and prescribing tonics, would suddenly be thrust into the role of forensic observer. The doctor's arrival would be a sobering moment. He would be a local figure, perhaps familiar to the family, but now viewing them through the clinical lens of a medical professional investigating a death. Picture him, a man of science and pragmatism, entering the charged atmosphere of the death chamber. His calm, methodical examination of Wade's body, his careful observations of the room, the disarranged bedclothes, the lingering scent, the subtle signs of chloral hydrate, would stand in stark contrast to the emotional turmoil of the house. This isn't a fleeting regret, it's a deep, corrosive guilt that can manifest in various ways: sleepless nights, recurring nightmares, a pervasive sense of anxiety, and an inability to fully enjoy life as they once did. Their camaraderie, once a source of joy, would be stained with unspoken blame and shared horror. Each shared glance would be a reminder of that fateful morning. The grand estate of Chimneys, once a playground, would forever be tainted by the memory of death, a place where their innocence died alongside Gary Wade. Common psychological barriers in such a situation often include denial, repression, and projection. Denial: initially, there would be an overwhelming urge to deny the reality of the situation. It can't be true, it wasn't our fault, he must have been ill. This is a coping mechanism, a desperate attempt to shield the psyche from unbearable truth. Repression: over time, individuals might try to repress the traumatic memories, pushing them deep into the subconscious. While this might offer temporary relief, repressed trauma often resurfaces in unexpected ways, through anxiety, depression, or difficulty forming healthy relationships. Projection: there might be a tendency to project blame onto others, onto Wade himself for being such a deep sleeper, onto the doctor for not arriving sooner, or even subtly onto other pranksters for suggesting the idea. This deflection serves to alleviate personal guilt, but it also corrodes trust and creates internal conflict within the group. Furthermore, the experience would undoubtedly lead to a profound shift in their understanding of consequence. What seemed like a harmless jest suddenly carries the weight of a life. This realization can lead to hypervigilance, an excessive caution in future actions, or, conversely, a reckless abandon born of a nihilistic view that life is unpredictable anyway. It marks the painful transition from naive youth to a cynical, more jaded understanding of the world. The bonds forged in shared mischief are now tested by shared trauma, threatening to fracture under the immense psychological pressure. The philosophical implication is clear: every action, no matter how small or innocent its intent, carries a potential ripple effect that can expand into catastrophic proportions, altering not just the course of individual lives, but the very fabric of social interaction. Listener reflection: as we conclude this deep dive into the initial chapters of the Seven Dials mystery, I invite you, dear listener, to ponder several profound questions. How does the abrupt transition from light-hearted fun to grim tragedy resonate with your own understanding of life's unpredictable nature? Can you recall a time when an action, seemingly minor at its inception, spiraled into unforeseen and significant consequences, whether positive or negative? Consider the psychological impact we've discussed: the guilt, the denial, the projection. How do these universal human responses manifest in your own experiences or in stories you've encountered? What responsibility do we bear, as individuals and as part of a collective, for the unintended outcomes of our actions, particularly when they involve others? Reflect on the subtle clues introduced early in any narrative: the missing clock, the particular group dynamic. How do these seemingly small details often foreshadow the larger truths and mysteries that are yet to be revealed? Engaging with these questions allows us not only to appreciate the intricate artistry of a master storyteller like Agatha Christie, but also to gain a deeper understanding of the complex interplay between human nature, fate, and the often unforeseen consequences of our choices. The world of the Seven Dials mystery is a mirror reflecting these timeless human dilemmas. Welcome, dear listener, to a profound exploration of the opening chapters of Agatha Christie's classic mystery, The Seven Dials Mystery. We embark on a journey into chapters 1 to 4, The Prank Goes Wrong, a segment that masterfully sets the stage for a thrilling narrative by the conspirators, with feigned nonchalance masking their bubbling excitement, would invent some innocuous reason, a grand expedition requiring synchronized wake-up calls, perhaps, or a gift for a very large, very sleepy family. They'd examine each clock, winding the spring, testing the alarm with a muffled thud beneath a wool scarf or inside a coat pocket to ensure its piercing capability, selecting those with the loudest, most jarring rings. The tactile experience of handling these mundane objects, transforming them into instruments of impending auditory assault, is part of the thrill. The ticking of each clock as they carry them back to chimneys, carefully concealed in bags or under cloaks, would be a faint, mechanical heartbeat of their conspiracy. Once back at the sprawling estate, the true stealth operation would begin. Midnight would be chosen, or perhaps the deepest hours of the morning, when the vast house would be cloaked in a profound, velvety silence, broken only by the occasional creak of aged timbers or the distant hoot of an owl. Picture Bundle and Jimmy, or whoever the designated operatives were, tiptoeing down carpeted corridors, each step agonizingly slow and deliberate, their shadows long and distorted by the slivers of moonlight filtering through tall windows. Gary Wade's door, a heavy, polished oak portal, would be approached with the reverence of a safe cracker. The click of the latch, softened by a slow, controlled turn, would sound like thunder in the stillness. Inside Wade's room, the air might be thick with the scent of sleep and old books. Wade himself, lost in a deep slumber, would be an oblivious figure beneath a mound of luxurious blankets. The placement of the clocks would be an art form. Not altogether, no, that would be too obvious, too easily contained. Instead, they would be strategically dispersed, one on the bedside table, its face glowing faintly, another tucked beneath a pile of shirts in an open drawer, one perhaps balanced precariously on a tall bookshelf, another hidden within the folds of a heavy curtain, one even, with a mischievous grin, carefully placed inside a discarded shoe. Each clock would be wound, its alarm set for precisely 6:30 a.m., an ungodly hour designed for maximum impact. The silence that followed their meticulous work, the quiet retreat from the room, would be heavy with anticipation, a shared, silent triumph that promised hilarious consequences. The conspirators would then return to their own rooms, giggling softly, their hearts pounding with a mixture of thrill and suppressed laughter, dreaming of the glorious pandemonium they had orchestrated for the morning. But the morning, dear listener, brought not laughter, but a chilling silence, shattered by a discovery that would forever alter the course of their lives and propel them into a dizzying vortex of suspicion and danger. Now, we arrive at the heart-stopping moment, the shock of finding Gary Wade dead from a chloral hydrate overdose. This isn't just a plot point, it's a brutal, immediate consequence that transforms light-hearted mischief into profound tragedy. The narrative shifts abruptly from comedy to horror. The planned cacophony of 8 alarms, intended to erupt at 6:30, was indeed heard, but only by those who were awake enough to realize the time. Those who went to rouse Gary Wade, eager to witness his disoriented reaction, found something far more disturbing. Imagine the scene: a guest, perhaps Bundle Brent herself, or another member of the prankster group, enters Wade's room, a smile still playing on their lips, ready to tease. The room, expected to be a scene of comical disarray, is instead eerily still. The alarms have rung, but Wade remains utterly motionless in his bed. The initial jocularity would evaporate, replaced by a creeping unease, a cold knot forming in the stomach. A tentative hand reaches out to shake him. No response. The color drains from faces. Panic begins to set in, a visceral, sickening dread. The realization dawns, slowly, horrifyingly, that this is not sleep, This seemingly minor detail is, in fact, a crucial piece of the puzzle, a practical point that immediately introduces an element of premeditated intent or a desperate act of concealment. Let's construct a detailed story around this perplexing absence. When the group of pranksters, now reeling from the discovery of Wade's death, finally gathers themselves to examine the room, their collective memory would be jogged. "We set 8 alarms," someone would murmur, their voice barely a whisper, laden with a chilling realization. They would count them, meticulously, carefully. 1 on the bedside table, 2 in the drawer, 3 on the shelf, 4 in the curtain, 5 in the shoe. They would search every nook and cranny, their hopes dimming with each unearthing. 6, 7. But only 7. Where was the 8th? The count would falter, a new dread washing over them. 7 clocks remained, each a grim reminder of their failed prank. The 8th, however, was conspicuously absent. The search would extend beyond the immediate confines of the room. The window, a natural point of egress, would draw their attention. Outside, beneath the majestic walls of chimneys, nestled amongst the pristine flower beads or perhaps half buried in the soft earth, would lie the shattered remnants of the 8th alarm clock. Its broken face, its twisted hands, its silent, fractured bells, would speak volumes. This wasn't an accidental fall, it was an act. Someone, either Gary weighed himself in a desperate, final act of awareness, or, more sinisterly, someone else who was in the room, had deliberately thrown it out. Consider this as a practical exercise in forensic observation and deduction. The mere fact of its location, outside the window, immediately changes the complexion of the crime. If weighed through it, it suggests a brief moment of consciousness, a final, futile attempt to silence the infernal ringing before succumbing to the drug. It adds a layer of pathos to his demise. But if someone else threw it, someone who was in the room after the pranksters had left, perhaps administering the chloral hydrate, then it signifies a deliberate attempt to remove evidence, to obscure the number of clocks, possibly to make the prank seem less organized or to hide the fact that someone else had been present. The shattered clock becomes a silent witness, its broken pieces screaming of a struggle or a calculated act of disposal. The implications are profound. This missing clock transforms the initial belief that the prank directly led to Wade's death into something far more complex and insidious. It suggests the presence of a third party, an unseen hand manipulating events, or perhaps, a terrifying last act by Wade himself. This simple detail introduces the first real tremor of true malice and premeditation into the narrative, shifting the focus from accidental tragedy to deliberate crime. The broken clock, lying silently on the dew-kissed grass, thus becomes the initial clue, the first thread in the intricate tapestry of the Seven Dials mystery. It's a physical manifestation of the disruption to the expected narrative, turning a tragic accident into a deliberate, carefully orchestrated crime. Now, let's transcend the immediate events and delve into the philosophical layer, discussing the long-term impact and common psychological barriers related to such a harrowing incident. The long-term impact of discovering a body under such circumstances, especially when one feels indirectly responsible, is immense, and often devastating. For the young pranksters, their youthful innocence is irrevocably shattered. The prank, a symbol of their carefree existence, becomes a perpetual source of guilt and trauma. Imagine living with the knowledge that your actions, however unintended, contributed to someone's death. This isn't a fleeting regret, it's a deep, corrosive guilt that can manifest in various ways: sleepless nights, recurring nightmares, a pervasive sense of anxiety, and an inability to fully enjoy life as they once did. Their camaraderie, once a source of joy, would be stained. Chapters 5 to 8, A Second Tragedy. Welcome back, listeners, as we delve deeper into the intricate and increasingly perilous world of the Seven Dials mystery. In this segment, we explore chapters 5 through 8, a crucial turning point in our narrative, marked by a shocking second tragedy that irrevocably ratchets up the stakes for our spirited protagonist, Bundle Brent. This is where the initial intrigue transforms into a truly dangerous game, where idle curiosity gives way to a profound sense of urgency and suspicion, altering the very fabric of our characters' understanding of their world. Now, let's explore the profound theoretical underpinnings of why a second murder is such a potent narrative device. In a mystery, the first death, while tragic, can often be dismissed, or at least compartmentalized, by the official channels and even by some of the characters. It might be seen as an isolated incident, a strange accident, or the result of a singular, albeit nefarious, act. However, the introduction of a second murder, especially one closely tied to the first, shatters any lingering illusions of simplicity or randomness. It signals a terrifying escalation. The stakes are no longer abstract, they become intensely personal, forcing our protagonist, Bundle, to confront a chilling reality. This is not a one-off event, but a pattern, a deliberate campaign orchestrated by unseen, ruthless forces. This realization immediately transforms her role from a curious bystander or a slightly mischievous amateur detective into someone directly, physically imperiled, entangled in a web far more intricate and dangerous than she could have ever imagined. This escalating danger is precisely what fuels Bundle's growing suspicion. Initially, her involvement might have stemmed from a sense of adventure or a desire to unravel a puzzle. But with a second death, the game becomes deadly serious. Her suspicion isn't just focused on who committed the acts, but what larger conspiracy or organization is behind them. She begins to perceive the invisible threads connecting these seemingly disparate events, understanding that there's a larger, more sinister agenda at play. This profound shift from casual interest to an almost desperate need for answers is a hallmark of compelling mystery narratives, pulling both the character and the audience deeper into the heart of darkness. The comfortable, aristocratic world of Chimneys and its surrounding estate suddenly reveals a shadowy underbelly, forcing Bundle to re-evaluate every acquaintance, every casual comment, and every seemingly innocuous detail. The atmosphere thickens with unspoken threats, and the air crackles with an omnipresent, insidious tension. Think about this for a second. The true power of a second murder in storytelling lies in its ability to strip away layers of normalcy and force a confrontation with the extraordinary. It's no longer simply a whodunit, it becomes a what is happening and why. This escalation forces the protagonist to grow, to shed their naivete, and to embrace a more resilient, often defiant, posture against overwhelming odds. For Bundle, this means moving beyond the playful banter and the light-hearted pursuit of clues, and stepping into a realm where genuine peril lurks around every corner, threatening not just her freedom, but her very life. Her initial, almost flippant, interest in Gary Wade's death is replaced by a cold, hard resolve, a commitment born of witnessing an undeniable and ruthless evil at work. This is the moment when the narrative truly takes flight, cementing the central conflict and defining the protagonist's heroic journey against the backdrop of an insidious, escalating threat. Now, let's look at why this happens and how these narrative devices manifest in our story. Our journey begins with the grim necessity of an official inquiry into Gary Wade's untimely demise. The inquest, a legal proceeding designed to ascertain the facts surrounding a death, unfolds with a veneer of solemnity, yet for those who harbor deeper suspicions, it feels profoundly inadequate. Imagine the hushed courtroom, the coroner, a figure of sober authority, presiding over a room filled with anxious faces. Bundle, perhaps Jimmy Thesiger, Lorraine Wade, and various estate workers, all called to recount their fragmented observations. Each witness, under oath, offers their version of the events leading up to that fateful morning. The house party guests, still shaken, provide details of the previous night's revelry, emphasizing the late hours, the prodigious consumption of alcohol, and Jerry's known propensity for heavy drinking. Consider a real-world parallel, perhaps a well-publicized case of a sudden, unexpected death where initial reports lean heavily towards an accident, only. He's trapped between the imperative to warn and the instinct for self-preservation. The chilling atmosphere, already thickened by the unexplained death of Gary Wade, suddenly crystallizes into stark, undeniable terror with the shocking, brutal shooting of Ronnie Devereux. This second act of violence unfolds with horrifying precision and cold efficiency, leaving Bundle reeling and undeniably placing her in the direct path of danger. Imagine the scene. Bundle is perhaps driving alone along a secluded, winding country road, the sort of path shaded by ancient trees, where the sounds of the world are muffled and a sense of peaceful isolation normally reigns. The evening shadows are lengthening, painting the landscape in hues of deep purple and gray, enhancing the feeling of solitude. Suddenly, a figure emerges onto the road, almost out of nowhere. It's Ronnie, his face a mask of desperate urgency, perhaps running from something or someone, or simply trying to flag her down for a critical exchange. He sees Bundle, relief momentarily flickering in his wide, terrified eyes. But before he can utter a complete word, a sharp, deafening crack slices through the quiet evening air, the unmistakable report of a gunshot. Ronnie stiffens, a gasp tearing from his throat, his eyes locking with Bundle's in a moment of pure, agonizing understanding. His hands fly to his chest, a blossoming stain quickly appearing on his jacket, and he crumples to the ground, a puppet whose strings have been abruptly severed. Bundle slams on her brakes, her heart hammering against her ribs, the screech of tires momentarily eclipsing the sound of her own horrified scream. Her immediate reaction is a visceral jolt of shock and disbelief, followed by an adrenaline-fueled scramble. She leaps from her car, rushing to Ronnie's side, her mind struggling to process the abruptness and cruelty of what she has just witnessed. Her gaze frantically sweeps the surroundings, but there is no one. The assailant, a phantom in the twilight, has vanished as swiftly and silently as they appeared, leaving behind only the echoing silence and the scent of gunpowder hanging heavy in the air. This isn't an accident, it's a deliberate, calculated execution, a professional hit designed to silence a man who knew too much. The sheer brutality of the act transforms Bundle's understanding of the situation entirely. This is no longer a game, no longer a puzzle to be solved for amusement. It is a desperate fight for survival, a confrontation with an unseen enemy who operates with chilling ruthlessness, willing to commit murder in plain sight to protect their secrets. The isolation of the road, the suddenness of the attack, and the quick getaway all serve to underscore the formidable nature of the forces Bundle is now up against, leaving her alone with a dying man and the terrifying realization that she is now a primary witness, making her just as vulnerable as Ronnie himself. With his last, agonizing breath, Ronnie Devereux delivers the very heart of the mystery, a phrase destined to haunt Bundle, and indeed, all who listen, for the remainder of this thrilling narrative. As Bundle kneels beside him on the cold, hard road, her hands pressing futilely against his wound, a desperate hope surges within her. She implores him, through her own tears and the rising tide of fear, to tell her what he knows, to give her something concrete, something actionable before his life slips away. Ronnie, his breath coming in ragged, painful gasps, struggles against the encroaching darkness. His eyes, clouded with pain and the shadow of death, lock onto hers, conveying an intensity of purpose that transcends his physical agony. He lifts a trembling hand, perhaps clutching at her arm, his lips struggling to form words. Each syllable is a monumental effort, a final, dying defiance against the forces that have silenced him. And then, whispered barely above the wind, ragged and choked, come the words, 7 dials. That's it? Just 2 words. But in that moment, those words become imbued with immense, terrifying significance. Once an official verdict, such as accidental death, is pronounced, there's a strong human tendency to seek out and interpret information in a way that confirms this existing belief, while dismissing or downplaying contradictory evidence. People often prefer the comfort of a settled explanation, even if it's incomplete, over the unsettling ambiguity of an ongoing threat. This makes it incredibly difficult for individuals like Bundle, who see beyond the surface, to convince others of the true danger. Her growing suspicions are easily dismissed as youthful imagination or overactive speculation by those who prefer the official narrative. Then there's the profound barrier of fear and self-preservation. When confronted with undeniable danger, the instinct to protect oneself can override the desire for truth or justice. This is why witnesses might not come forward, or why they might intentionally obfuscate information. The terror of becoming the next victim, of incurring the wrath of a ruthless, unseen enemy, is a powerful deterrent to action. Ronnie Devereux himself exemplified this, attempting to warn Bundle cryptically because he was too afraid to speak plainly, a fear tragically justified by his subsequent murder. Finally, we encounter cognitive dissonance and a distrust of authority. Cognitive dissonance arises when individuals hold 2 conflicting beliefs simultaneously, for example, the official story of accident versus the gut feeling that something sinister is at play. This psychological discomfort can lead to rationalizations or avoidance. When official channels like the inquest fail to uncover the truth, or worse, seem to actively dismiss it, it fosters a deep skepticism towards established power. This often forces the protagonist, as it does Bundle, to take matters into their own hands, operating outside the law, further isolating them but also empowering them to pursue justice where the official system has fallen short. This journey not only makes for compelling storytelling but also challenges our own perceptions of justice and authority. We have traversed a significant portion of this intricate narrative, reaching a point where the stakes are undeniably high and the path ahead is shrouded in peril. The sudden, brutal death of Ronnie Devereux has moved us far beyond a simple country house mystery, propelling us into the heart of a much darker, more insidious conspiracy. Bundle, no longer a casual observer, is now inextricably entangled in a web of secrets and danger, burdened by Ronnie's dying words, 7 dials. I invite you now, listener, to reflect on these profound shifts. How does the knowledge of a second murder alter your own perception of the story? Does it transform your understanding of the characters' motivations and the looming threats? Consider the immense psychological weight that must now rest upon Bundle's shoulders. Imagine yourself in her shoes, having witnessed a murder, holding a dying man who whispers a cryptic clue, and knowing that powerful, ruthless forces are at play. How would you contend with the fear, the isolation, and the relentless drive to uncover a truth that others are willing to kill to protect? Ponder the nature of clues, especially those delivered under duress. Ronnie's 7 dials is not just a phrase, it's a testament, a final desperate plea for justice. How do such fragmented pieces of information, delivered in moments of extreme urgency, shape an investigation? And what does it mean when the official channels fail, forcing individuals to take on the daunting task of pursuing truth against overwhelming odds? The journey ahead for Bundle is fraught with danger, demanding resilience, cunning, and an unwavering commitment to unraveling the mystery of 7 dials. What theories are beginning to form in your own mind about this enigmatic organization? Who do you suspect might be involved, and what could be their ultimate objective? We stand at the precipice of a grand revelation, and Bundle's courage will be our guide into the heart of the conspiracy. Chapters 9 to 12, Enter Superintendent Battle. Welcome back, listeners, as we delve deeper into the intricate web of mystery spun by Agatha Christie in the 7 Dials mystery. This segment, covering chapters 9 through 12, marks a pivotal shift in our narrative. Here, we witness the formal introduction of the police procedural element, an essential turning point as the amateur sleuthing begins to intertwine with, and sometimes clash against, the meticulous, if often frustrating, world of professional investigation. The focus sharpens considerably on the looming shadow of the 7 Dials Society itself, moving it from a whispered rumor to the very heart of a burgeoning criminal inquiry. Now, let's explore this shift in profound detail. The police procedural, as a literary genre, is far more than just a crime being investigated by police. It is a carefully constructed narrative focusing on the systematic methods employed by law enforcement. Think about this for a second. Prior to this, our protagonist, Bundle Brent, has been driven by a combination of personal grief, an insatiable curiosity, and a delightful, almost reckless, spirit of adventure. Her methods, while often effective through sheer audacity, are largely intuitive and opportunistic. With the arrival of Superintendent Battle, however, the landscape changes. We are introduced to the deliberate, evidence-based approach that stands in stark contrast to the often haphazard, though charming, amateur efforts. This isn't just about finding the killer, it's about understanding the process of discovery itself. The conventions of the police procedural genre are deeply rooted in realism. They emphasize the meticulous collection of evidence, the exhaustive interviewing of witnesses and suspects, the bureaucratic hurdles that often impede progress, and even the internal politics that can play out within a police force. In Christie's broader oeuvre, while we often see professional detectives like Hercule Poirot or Miss Marple, their methods often lean towards psychological deduction and an almost clairvoyant understanding of human nature. The police, while present, frequently serve as a background force, handling the grunt work while the brilliant mind delivers the final, elegant solution. Here, with Battle, we see a character who embodies the professional, someone whose conclusions are built brick by painstaking brick, not through sudden flashes of inspiration. This marks a subtle but significant evolution in Christie's storytelling, showcasing her versatility beyond the drawing room mystery. Consider the inherent challenges of investigating a secret society. Unlike a conventional crime where motives might be clear and the circle of suspects identifiable, a secret society presents a formidable, multi-layered enigma. There's a distinct lack of formal records, members operate under aliases or codes, loyalty is often enforced through intimidation, blackmail, or a shared, binding ideology. The investigation transforms from a hunt for an individual perpetrator to an unraveling of an entire clandestine network. It demands a different kind of skill set, not just forensic analysis, but also intelligence gathering, code breaking, and potentially even infiltration. The very existence of such a society implies a power structure, a hierarchy, and a set of objectives that likely extend far beyond a single criminal act. The implications for national security or public order become paramount, elevating the stakes considerably. From a psychological perspective, such investigations become a minefield of trust and paranoia. Who can be believed? Who is manipulating whom? The lines between truth and deception blur constantly, demanding an unwavering sense of skepticism and a relentless pursuit of verifiable facts. This deep dive into the police procedural element fundamentally changes the tone and trajectory of the Seven Dials mystery, shifting it towards a more complex, multifaceted thriller. Now, let's turn our attention to the specific practical layers of this crucial phase in the story, beginning with the formidable figure of Superintendent. He is the antithesis of the showman detective. When Battle steps onto a scene, he doesn't announce his presence with grand pronouncements. He observes, he listens, he processes. His gaze is described as keen, yet his expression often reveals nothing. He is a master of understatement, allowing others to fill the conversational space while he quietly pieces together the truth. Imagine, for a moment, a real-world parallel. Think of investigators from cases that were solved not by a single stroke of genius, but by an aggregation of countless tiny details, patiently gathered and meticulously analyzed. Consider the work of Inspector Thomas Burns of the New York City Police Department in the late 19th century. Burns, while possessing a formidable reputation, was known less for theatrics and more for his encyclopedic knowledge of the criminal underworld, his systematic collection of mugshots, and his relentless questioning. He was a master of the third degree, not in the sense of physical coercion, but in his psychological ability to wear down suspects with facts and persistent inquiry. Battle operates with a similar, quiet persistence, but with a refined, intellectual edge. His initial assessment of the bizarre deaths and the whispers of a secret society would not involve wild speculation, but a grounded, systematic approach. He would likely begin by securing the scenes, establishing timelines, cross-referencing witness statements, and immediately looking for inconsistencies, no matter how minor. His first few steps would invariably involve a thorough re-evaluation of every piece of evidence, even those dismissed by others, ensuring no stone, however small, remains unturned. He understands that the most crucial detail might lie hidden in plain sight, overlooked due to preconceived notions or an overly emotional response. His lack of emotion isn't coldness, it's a professional shield, preventing personal feelings from clouding objective judgment. For a step-by-step exercise, if you were Superintendent Battle and you were handed a case involving a series of suspicious deaths linked to a rumored secret society called the Seven Dials, what would be your absolute first 3 steps? 1. Secure and re-evaluate all crime scenes. Your primary focus would be to ensure every possible piece of physical evidence, from the initial accidental death to the most recent suspicious incident, is meticulously preserved and re-examined. This includes re-interviewing first responders, forensic teams, and witnesses, looking for anything that might have been overlooked or misinterpreted. You're not just accepting previous findings, you're verifying them. To establish a comprehensive timeline and network map, you would construct a detailed, granular timeline for each incident, cross-referencing the movements and associations of all individuals involved. Simultaneously, you would begin charting the known connections between suspects, victims, and anyone associated with the Seven Dials Club or its members, looking for patterns, discrepancies, and points of convergence. This network map helps visualize the relationships, identifying potential leaders, followers, and peripheral figures. 3. Initiate discreet intelligence gathering on the Seven Dials Society, without raising alarm. You would task your most reliable plainclothes officers or intelligence contacts to gather any existing information on the rumored society. This means looking at police archives for similar groups, consulting with special branch, and subtly infiltrating social circles where such whispers might be heard. You wouldn't directly confront, you would observe, listen, and collect, slowly building a picture of their structure, goals, and potential vulnerabilities, all while maintaining strict operational security to prevent tipping them off to your interest. Detailing Bundle's decision to investigate the Seven Dials Club in London. Bundle Brent's decision to investigate the Seven Dials Club is a classic example of an amateur protagonist being drawn into a dangerous mystery, often. It was a place where different worlds intersected, legitimate businesses rubbing shoulders with less savory establishments, where grand Victorian architecture could give way to crumbling tenements. This mix created a tangible sense of unease. Imagine the sensory details, the perpetual dampness in the air, the faint smell of old brick and forgotten refuse, the echoing clip-clop of distant footsteps on cobbled streets, the way light struggles to penetrate the dense urban canyon, casting long, distorted shadows that seem to shift and writhe. It's a place where you might expect to lose yourself, not just geographically, but perhaps in a deeper, more existential sense. It's the perfect setting for a clandestine society, a place where anonymity is easily found and secrets can flourish, shielded by the very fabric of the city. A place where a clandestine meeting of the Seven Dials Club would feel entirely at home, blending into the surrounding enigma. For a step-by-step exercise, take a familiar, bustling place you know well, perhaps a local market, a busy train station, or a popular park, and describe it using only words and imagery that evoke an eerie, unsettling atmosphere. What specific details would you focus on to transform its perception? 1. Focus on light and shadow. Instead of vibrant sunlight, emphasize the deep, pooling shadows under awnings or benches. Describe how artificial lights hum with a sickly yellow glow, failing to dispel the darkness, creating grotesque silhouettes. 2. Amplify disquieting sounds. Transform everyday noises. The distant rumble of a train becomes a mournful groan, children's laughter turns into an unsettling echo, and the babble of voices merges into an indistinct, murmuring drone, suggesting hidden conversations or ominous whispers just out of earshot. The wind might rustle through trees with a sigh like a spectral presence. 3. Highlight signs of decay or neglect. Even in a well-maintained area, find minute details, peeling paint on a forgotten sign, a crack in the pavement like a spiderweb, a single wilting flower in a bustling display. Exaggerate these small imperfections to suggest a deeper decay beneath the surface, a sense of something forgotten or left behind. Introducing Bill Eversleigh and Jimmy Thesiger as key players in the social circle. Within the aristocratic and well-heeled circles Christie so often depicted, Bill Eversleigh and Jimmy Thesiger emerge as significant figures, their roles extending beyond mere friends of the protagonist. They represent the typical young, fashionable men of their era, but each carries an undercurrent of potential complexity that makes them vital to the unfolding mystery. Bill Eversleigh is often presented as charming, effortlessly charismatic, and possessing a superficial ease that makes him a natural fit for the world of politics he inhabits. He is smooth, articulate, and adept at navigating social currents. But beneath this polished exterior, there's always the question of his true loyalties and motivations. Is his charm a genuine reflection of his character, or a carefully constructed facade? In crime novels, especially those involving secret societies, individuals who seem too perfect, too affable, or too conveniently placed often bear closer scrutiny. They can be invaluable allies, or they can be the most dangerous deceivers. Think of real-world figures in political or social circles who manage to maintain an air of respectability while potentially harboring secret agendas or affiliations. These individuals often wield influence through their persuasive personalities, making it difficult to discern their true intentions. Jimmy Thesiger, on the other hand, often appears less outwardly dynamic than Bill. He might initially come across as somewhat unassuming, perhaps even a bit simple, easily dismissed by the more worldly characters. Yet, in Christie's narratives, it is often precisely these seemingly unassuming individuals who possess hidden depths or crucial insights. They can be underestimated by both the villains and the readers, only to are. It demonstrates that the pursuit of justice can take many forms, and that sometimes, both the intuitive leap and the painstaking detail are necessary to uncover the truth. It cemented the police procedural as a vital and enduring subgenre, influencing countless authors who followed, showing that the mechanics of investigation could be as compelling as the revelation of the culprit. The lasting legacy is a genre that continues to evolve, constantly exploring the human element within the rigorous framework of law enforcement. Common psychological barriers related to this topic. The journey through the Seven Dials mystery, especially with its professional investigation and secret society elements, inevitably brings to light several common psychological barriers that can impede truth, justice, and effective action. One pervasive barrier is confirmation bias. Both amateur and professional investigators can fall prey to it. Once an initial theory or suspect is formed, there's a subconscious tendency to seek out and interpret evidence that confirms that theory, while discounting or overlooking evidence that contradicts it. For Battle, his professionalism acts as a constant check against this, forcing him to reevaluate and remain open-minded. For Bundle, her passionate commitment could potentially lead her down rabbit holes of confirmation, seeing clues where none exist. Another significant barrier, especially within a secret society, is groupthink. This phenomenon occurs when a group of well-intentioned people make irrational or non-optimal decisions that are swayed by the desire for harmony and conformity within the group. Members of the Seven Dials Society might adhere to their directives, no matter how dubious, due to the immense social pressure, fear of ostracism, or desire to maintain the group's cohesion, even if their individual moral compass might suggest otherwise. This makes it incredibly difficult for individual members to break ranks or question the group's agenda, creating a formidable wall against external investigation. Furthermore, there are profound barriers related to personal biases and assumptions. Class prejudices, gender stereotypes, or preconceived notions about who is capable of what kind of crime can significantly hamper an investigation. Characters might dismiss an individual because they seem too innocent, too wealthy, or too unassuming, simply because they don't fit a conventional profile. Overcoming these deeply ingrained biases requires conscious effort and a commitment to objective evidence, a trait Battle embodies with quiet resolve. Finally, the potent psychological forces of fear and paranoia act as immense barriers. Fear prevents witnesses from coming forward, making them reluctant to cooperate with authorities, especially when a powerful, shadowy organization is involved. Paranoia, on the other hand, can lead to misinterpretations, suspicion of innocent parties, and a general atmosphere of distrust that poisons the search for truth. Both within the society and among those investigating it, these emotions can distort perceptions and create an environment where the truth remains elusive, hidden behind a veil of anxiety and self-preservation. Understanding these psychological dynamics is crucial not just for solving the mystery within the story, but also for appreciating the deeper human complexities that Christie so skillfully wove into her intricate plots. This comprehensive exploration of chapters 9 through 12, covering the theoretical underpinnings of the police procedural, practical deep dives into character motivations and settings, and the philosophical ramifications of such an investigation, brings us to a crucial juncture in the Seven Dials mystery. The stage is set for a high-stakes confrontation between amateur daring and professional resolve, all against the backdrop of a sinister, secret society. Character count check. This is a robust script. It should comfortably exceed the 18,310 character target. Therefore, a listener reflection section is not strictly needed for length, but Chapters 13 to 16, The Secret Society. Welcome, esteemed listeners, to a deep and enthralling journey into the shadowy heart of mystery. We delve now into chapters 13 through 16 of Agatha Christie's The Seven Dials mystery, a segment that plunges our indomitable heroine, Bundle Brent, headfirst into a world far more intricate and perilous than she could have ever imagined. This is where the playful caper transforms into a chilling confrontation with a formidable, clandestine power. Our focus today is on the profound experience of Bundle's infiltration of the mystery and the startling discovery of the masquerade. Think about this for a second. What does it truly mean to infiltrate? It is not merely about gaining physical access to a restricted space, but about a far more sophisticated and perilous undertaking. It involves subtly weaving oneself into the fabric of a hidden reality, understanding its unspoken rules, deciphering its coded language, and identifying its key players, all while maintaining a meticulously crafted facade of innocence or mere curiosity. Bundle, initially driven by a blend of loyalty, boredom, and an adventurous spirit, finds herself rapidly evolving from an accidental bystander to a deliberate, albeit somewhat unprepared, operative. Her infiltration is less about brute force and more about acute observation, intuitive leaps, and an almost reckless courage. She navigates this treacherous terrain with a remarkable blend of youthful audacity and an innate knack for deduction, making her a truly compelling protagonist. The theoretical underpinning of Bundle's journey here is deeply fascinating. She is, in essence, becoming a method actor in a real-life drama, adopting a role that allows her to penetrate layers of deception. She must learn to blend in, to listen more than she speaks, to observe details that others might dismiss as trivial. This kind of deep infiltration demands an exceptional degree of situational awareness and emotional control. Every glance, every casual remark, every gesture, carries potential meaning, either revealing truth or serving as a deliberate misdirection. The stakes are astronomically high, and Bundle's life, as well as the lives of others, hangs precariously in the balance. Then there is the concept of the masquerade itself. This isn't merely a party with masks, it's a profound metaphor for the dual existence led by the members of the Seven Dials. They operate under a carefully constructed facade, presenting one face to the world, respectable, ordinary, often charming, while nurturing a secret, powerful, and potentially sinister agenda behind closed doors. The masquerade is the ultimate psychological barrier, a cloak of anonymity that liberates individuals from accountability and allows them to act in ways they never would in their public identities. This dual life exacts a toll, creating individuals who are adept at deception, whose true motives are always shrouded, and whose loyalty is difficult, if not impossible, to ascertain. Bundle's discovery of this masquerade isn't just about finding a secret meeting, it's about realizing that the entire world she thought she knew, the people she considered friends or acquaintances, might be living a profound lie, their true selves hidden behind impenetrable masks of convention and complicity. It is a moment of profound disillusionment and a stark awakening to the insidious nature of power wielded in secret. Now, let's look at why this happens and how Bundle specifically navigates these treacherous waters, moving into the practical layers of her discovery. One of the most pivotal moments in the sequence of chapters is Bundle's discovery of the secret meeting room itself. This is not a grand, dramatic reveal, but rather a testament to meticulous observation and relentless deduction. Imagine the scene: Bundle, restless and suspicious, is exploring the sprawling, old country estate known as Chimneys. She's not just idly wandering, her senses are acutely tuned, seeking anomalies. Perhaps she notices a faint, peculiar scent, not of old dust, but of fresh. Or perhaps it's an unusual draft emanating from a solid wall, suggesting a hidden passage, or a floorboard that creaks just a fraction differently underfoot, hinting at a cavity beneath. Let's tell a detailed story of this discovery, step by methodical step. Bundle might have been idly running her hand along a paneled wall, board, when her fingers catch on a minuscule, almost imperceptible seam, a hairline crack where there shouldn't be one. Her heart begins to thump a little faster. She presses gently, perhaps noticing a slight give in the wood, a barely audible click. She remembers a similar detail from a detective novel she once read. Her eyes scan the surrounding area. There, cleverly disguised within the intricate carvings of a decorative cornice, is a tiny, ornate button, barely distinguishable from the surrounding embellishments. With a surge of adrenaline, she presses it. A soft whirring sound, almost lost in the ancient house's natural creaks and groans, precedes the slow, silent retraction of a section of the wall, revealing a narrow, darkened passage. The air within is stale, heavy with unspoken secrets. She has found it. This is not unlike a real-world case study in forensic investigation, where tiny, seemingly insignificant details lead to monumental breakthroughs. Consider the painstaking work of art conservators who, while examining an old painting, might notice a slight discrepancy in the canvas weave or a faint, unusual pigment layer under the visible surface. They don't immediately assume forgery or hidden meaning, instead, they approach it systematically. They might use infrared reflectography or X-ray imaging, not unlike Bundle's keen senses and deductive reasoning, to peer beneath the surface, revealing an entirely different image or even a hidden inscription. Their discovery of an underdrawing or a palimpsest is precisely analogous to Bundle discovering a hidden room. It requires a patient, almost obsessive attention to detail, a willingness to question what appears to be obvious, and the intuition to follow a faint trail of clues where others see only blank wall. Now, let's give you a step-by-step exercise. Imagine yourself in an old house, suspecting a hidden room. How would you investigate without alerting anyone? 1. The sound test: tap various sections of walls and floorboards. Listen for a hollow echo versus a solid thud. A distinct difference might indicate a void. 2. The light test. In a darkened room, use a powerful flashlight to scan walls and floors from different angles, looking for inconsistent gaps, cracks, or light leakage that shouldn't be there. 3. The temperature test. Feel for subtle changes in wall temperature. A colder or warmer spot on an otherwise uniform wall could indicate a passage or a difference in insulation due to a hidden space. 4. The object placement test. Observe if any furniture or wall hangings seem disproportionately placed or too perfectly centered, perhaps concealing something. Look for unusual patterns in wallpaper or wood grain that don't quite match. 5. The airflow test. In a still room, try to detect faint drafts near walls or corners, especially if windows and doors are sealed. A persistent draft might suggest a connection to an unseen space. Bundle likely employed many of these subtle, intuitive checks. Upon gaining access to this concealed chamber, Bundle is immediately confronted with the next terrifying revelation: the members of the Seven Dials are wearing masks to hide their identities. This isn't just about visual concealment, it's a profound act of psychological dissimulation. Imagine the scene, a dimly lit room, the air thick with anticipation and a heavy sense of purpose. Figures are seated around a long, polished table, but their faces are obscured by an array of masks, some simple, others elaborately crafted, perhaps evoking animal features or abstract designs, but all serving the same chilling purpose, to strip away individual identity and foster a collective, anonymous power. Their voices, too, might be modulated, speaking in. Following this chilling revelation, suspicion, for Bundle, begins to fall like a dark, heavy shadow on various members of the Chimneys group. Every casual interaction, every seemingly innocuous comment, every unexplained absence, suddenly takes on a sinister new meaning. Her mind would race, replaying past conversations, scrutinizing facial expressions, trying to spot inconsistencies or hidden motives. She finds herself mentally constructing a complex web of connections, revisiting her memories of Gary Wade, the seemingly hapless Jimmy Thesiger, the vibrant Lady Eileen, and even the seemingly unflappable Superintendent Battle. Could Jerry's accidental death have been a convenient silencing? Was Jimmy's feigned incompetence a brilliant cover? Is Lady Eileen's vivaciousness a distraction from a darker role? Could the very embodiment of law and order, Superintendent Battle, be compromised? The innocuous becomes suspicious, the familiar becomes alien. Let's perform a step-by-step exercise to mimic Bundle's mental process, a suspicion matrix if you will. Take 4 key characters Bundle interacts with: Gary Wade pre-death, Jimmy Thesiger, Lady Eileen, and Superintendent Battle. For each character, consider 1 known alibi/movements. Were there any gaps or inconsistencies in their whereabouts that could have been used for secret meetings? 2 personality quirks/habits. Did anything seem off now that you have new information? A sudden change in mood, an unusual secrecy, an unexpected knowledge of obscure facts. 3 potential motives/connections. What could they gain? Do they have powerful friends or hidden affiliations that might align with the 7 Dials agenda? 4 suspicious remarks/actions. Did they ever make a casual comment that, in retrospect, seems like a veiled threat or a coded message? Did they push Bundle towards or away from certain investigations? 5 overall impression post-discovery. Does their previously innocent demeanor now feel like a carefully constructed facade? For example, Jimmy Thesiger, with his perpetual air of being out of his depth. Bundle might now recall a moment when he offered advice that subtly misdirected her, or a glint in his eye that seemed too knowing for his feigned naivete. Or Lady Eileen, who is so overtly charming and helpful, could her eagerness to assist Bundle actually be a way to monitor her progress or subtly steer her away from dangerous truths? Even Superintendent Battle, the epitome of reliable authority, might now be viewed through a prism of doubt. Perhaps his questions were too pointed, or his reassurances too swift, dismissing avenues of inquiry that Bundle now realizes were crucial. The human mind is adept at finding patterns, and once suspicion is planted, it will relentlessly seek evidence to confirm it. This process highlights common psychological barriers we all face when evaluating others. One is confirmation bias. Once Bundle starts to suspect someone, her mind will naturally seek out and interpret new information in a way that confirms her existing belief, often overlooking contradictory evidence. Another is anchoring bias. Her initial impressions of these characters, formed before the Seven Dials revelation, now act as an anchor, and she struggles to reconcile them with the frightening new possibilities. There's also the availability heuristic. Information that is easily recalled or vivid, like the image of the masked figures, tends to influence her judgment more strongly, making her more prone to believe in a grand conspiracy involving those close to her. Bundle's challenge is to sift through these biases and find objective truth in a landscape clouded by deception and her own heightened paranoia. Moving into the philosophical layer, let us consider the long-term impact of discovering a secret society, both on the individual who uncovers it and on the broader society. For Bundle, this experience is profoundly transformative. Her youthful innocence is shattered. She is no longer the carefree, adventurous young woman who simply stumbles into mysteries. She has been. The transformation of a young, vivacious woman into a determined, cautious investigator is complete, setting the stage for the climactic confrontation with an organization that seeks to shape the world from the shadows. The curtain has been pulled back, but the performance is far from over, and the true identities of the players remain dangerously concealed. Listener reflection: take a moment to consider the concept of masquerade in your own life. Are there situations where people present a facade, whether for protection, social acceptance, or to conceal deeper intentions? How do you distinguish between genuine interaction and a carefully constructed performance? What emotional or psychological resources would you need to draw upon if you, like Bundle, were to inadvertently stumble upon a truth that fundamentally challenged your understanding of the world around you? Reflect on how easily our perceptions can be manipulated, and the courage it takes to look beyond the obvious. Chapters 17 to 20, Wyvern Abbey. Welcome, dear listeners, as we delve deeper into the intricate labyrinth of the Seven Dials mystery, specifically focusing now on chapters 17 through 20, a pivotal section that takes us directly into the heart of Wyvern Abbey. This particular segment of our narrative journey is absolutely crucial because it illustrates a masterstroke of storytelling: the strategic decision to move the action to a new, concentrated location where all the primary suspects are meticulously gathered. Now, why is this narrative technique so incredibly powerful and effective in crafting suspense, deepening character, and propelling a complex plot forward? Let's unpack this theoretical layer with profound detail. When an author shifts the setting, especially from disparate, individual scenes to a singular, enclosed environment populated by all the key players, they are deliberately engineering a dramatic crucible. It's like taking various chemical elements, each with its own properties, and placing them into a high-pressure vessel. The resulting reactions are not just inevitable, they are magnified, intensified, and often explosively revealing. Think about this for a second. In our everyday lives, we encounter people in a variety of contexts, at work, at social events, in casual passing. We form perceptions based on these fragmented interactions. But when you confine a group, especially one harboring secrets or under suspicion, within a single, defined space, all the masks begin to slip. This new location becomes a kind of psychological pressure cooker. It forces characters out of their individual comfort zones and into unavoidable, sustained proximity with each other. The usual escapes or distractions are minimized, making every glance, every whispered word, every subtle gesture suddenly charged with potential meaning. Furthermore, this concentrated environment creates a microcosm of the larger conflict. All the underlying tensions, rivalries, hidden affections, and unspoken fears that were previously scattered across the broader landscape of the story are now compressed and amplified within these walls. An author gains immense control here, orchestrating interactions, carefully manipulating the flow of information, and seeding doubt with surgical precision. It allows for the subtle escalation of suspicion, where every character can observe and be observed, constantly assessing, constantly judging. Who is truly trustworthy? Who is merely acting a part? The answer often lies in the minute details revealed under this intense scrutiny. For Agatha Christie, the country house party, the isolated estate like Wyvern Abbey, was an iconic setting precisely for these reasons. It provided a stage where she could assemble her cast, intertwine their destinies, and meticulously weave her web of intrigue, ensuring that no potential clue or red herring went unnoticed by the discerning eye of the reader, or indeed, the narrator. The grand, yet often isolating, architecture of such a place itself becomes a character, contributing to the mood, harboring secrets in its shadowed corridors, and providing both sanctuary and trap. Now, let's transition from the theoretical underpinnings to the practical application, seeing how these principles brilliantly unfold within the Seven Dials mystery at Wyvern Abbey. Point 1. Shifting the setting to the party at Wyvern Abbey. Imagine yourself, if you will, as a seasoned stage director, tasked with bringing this pivotal scene to life. You've been handed the script for the third act, and the setting is a magnificent, sprawling, yet subtly ominous manor, Wyvern Abbey. Your primary objective is to make the setting itself a palpable force, an active participant in the unfolding drama. Consider the visual tapestry you would meticulously paint for your audience. The grand, ancient stones of the abbey walls, now softened by centuries of ivy, rise majestically against a twilight sky, hinting at both enduring history and hidden depths. Inside, the cavernous entrance hall, with its towering, leaded windows, is bathed in th. The polite smiles exchanged amongst the guests often seem strained, brittle, like delicate porcelain that might shatter at any moment. Laughter, when it erupts, is frequently too loud, too prolonged, a nervous tic rather than genuine mirth. Bundle observes the telltale signs, the quick, almost imperceptible glances exchanged between individuals who then immediately avert their eyes. The subtle shifts in posture, a defensive hunch, a sudden stiffening, a hand unconsciously reaching for a hidden pocket. Conversations often seem superficial, yet Bundle, with her sharpened senses, perceives the unspoken subtext, the loaded pauses, the way certain names are dropped with a specific, calculated weight. Consider a dialogue snippet. Someone might say, "Oh, my dear, have you heard about the unfortunate incident with young Gary? Such a clumsy fellow, always tumbling into trouble." On the surface, it's a simple observation. But the way it's said, perhaps with a lingering, almost mocking emphasis on clumsy, or a too casual shrug, could convey a hidden agenda, a subtle attempt to dismiss or discredit a key figure. Fear, in such an environment, rarely manifests as outright panic. Instead, it cloaks itself in a myriad of disguises. Some characters might become excessively polite, their words dripping with a saccharine sweetness that feels deeply unsettling. Others might become unusually aggressive or defensive, picking trivial arguments, their irritability a thin veil for their underlying anxiety. Still others might withdraw, their silence speaking volumes, making them appear aloof, perhaps even guilty. Superintendent Battle, a master of observation, is also present, moving through the gathering like a quiet, watchful shadow. His presence alone injects a powerful dose of apprehension. Everyone knows why he is there, and everyone is acutely aware that they are under scrutiny. The seemingly innocuous social interactions become a complex dance of dissimulation and detection. Every raised eyebrow, every significant cough, every averted gaze is a potential clue or a carefully constructed piece of misdirection. The atmosphere is thick with unspoken questions. Who among these outwardly respectable individuals is truly involved with the 7 dials? Who is merely an unwitting pawn? And who, ultimately, poses the greatest danger? This intricate interplay of social grace and underlying menace makes Wyvern Abbey a profoundly unsettling stage for the unfolding drama. Point 3. Narrating the theft of the formula and the seemingly incompetent behavior of Bill Eversley. This particular event is a masterclass in misdirection, a narrative sleight of hand designed to confound not only the characters within the story but also the perceptive listener. Let's delve into this with a step-by-step exercise, imagining ourselves as illusionists orchestrating a grand trick. The goal is to steal a crucial item, the formula, right from under everyone's nose, making it appear as an accident or the work of an outsider, while in reality, it's an inside job facilitated by careful deception. First, the setup, the formula, a document of immense international importance, is ostensibly secured. Perhaps it's in a locked briefcase, placed carelessly on a side table in a room bustling with people, or left within sight but supposedly out of reach. The very act of placing it carelessly is often the first step in the illusion, a challenge thrown down, inviting a specific reaction. The critical element here is the distraction. How does a magician make an object vanish? By drawing your attention elsewhere, usually to a grand, flamboyant gesture, while the real action occurs almost imperceptibly. Enter Bill Eversleigh. His role in this narrative is truly fascinating because it plays directly into our preconceived notions of character and competence. Bill is portrayed as the quintessential amiable, slightly bumbling, well-meaning, but utterly ineffectual young man. He is a walking, talking red herring, designed to divert suspicion with his seemingly innocent ineptitude. Every rustle in the shadows, every unexpected knock on a door, every seemingly accidental encounter becomes a potential precursor to discovery or confrontation. There's a mounting sense of dread that permeates the narrative. The question isn't just if the meeting will happen, but what will happen at the meeting, and who will emerge from it unscathed, if anyone at all. The narrative focuses on Bundle's mounting resolve, tempered by her very human fear. She is an amateur plunged into a world of professional espionage, yet she pushes forward, driven by a desire for justice and perhaps a reckless sense of adventure. This internal conflict, her courage warring with her apprehension, makes her an incredibly relatable protagonist, pulling the listener into her escalating anxiety. The knowledge that a climactic gathering is imminent, one that promises to reveal the ultimate truth, yet simultaneously expose her to unimaginable danger, creates an almost unbearable tension. It is the narrative equivalent of slowly tightening a spring, each turn increasing the potential for a powerful, perhaps destructive, release. The next meeting of the Seven Dials isn't just an event, it's the inevitable, dangerous precipice towards which the entire narrative has been relentlessly hurtling. Now, having explored the theoretical underpinnings and practical applications, let's consider the philosophical layer, the long-term impact and the common psychological barriers related to such intense, concentrated events. Long-term impact: when individuals are thrust into an environment like Wyvern Abbey, where danger lurks beneath a veneer of civility, the experience leaves indelible marks. The long-term impact on the characters in the Seven Dials mystery would be profound. For Bundle, for Jimmy, for even the seemingly unflappable superintendent Battle, this is not just another case, it is a crucible that reshapes their understanding of trust, reality, and human nature. First, there's the shattering of innocence and the erosion of trust. When friends, acquaintances, and even loved ones are revealed to be conspirators, or are forced into dangerous roles, the very fabric of social connection is torn. How does one look at a polite smile again without wondering what deception it conceals? Every future interaction will be filtered through a lens of suspicion, a learned caution that never entirely fades. The comfort of assumed good intentions is replaced by a cynical wisdom, a hard-won understanding that appearances can be profoundly misleading. Then, consider the lingering paranoia. Even after the mystery is resolved, and the villains are apprehended, the memory of being watched, of living under constant threat, tends to persist. Shadows might always seem a little deeper, coincidences a little too convenient. The world itself transforms from a largely benign place into one fraught with hidden dangers, where secret societies and clandestine operations could be lurking just beneath the surface of everyday life. This hypervigilance, while initially a survival mechanism, can become a psychological burden, making it difficult to relax or fully trust again. The re-evaluation of friendships and relationships is another significant long-term consequence. Those who stood by you, those who proved their loyalty in the face of peril, become bonded by an experience that few others can comprehend. Conversely, those who betrayed trust, even if inadvertently, leave a lasting scar. The definitions of courage, loyalty, and betrayal become starkly clear, stripped of their abstract meanings and imbued with painful, personal significance. Characters are forced to confront their own capabilities, their own moral limits, and their capacity for both fear and bravery. They emerge changed, often stronger, but undoubtedly more wary and with a deeper, perhaps more jaded, understanding of the complexities of the human heart and the dark corners of ambition. Common psychological barriers, in these high-stakes, concentrated environments, individuals often encounter several common psychol. Chapters 21 to 24, Behind the Clock Face. Welcome back, listeners. We now delve into chapters 21 through 24, a truly pivotal sequence we've titled, Behind the Clock Face. This segment marks nothing less than the searing climax of the intricate espionage plot that has slowly, insidiously, unfurled around our intrepid protagonist, Bundle Brand. It is here that her daring reconnaissance reaches its absolute zenith, transforming from a playful, if risky, amateur investigation into a moment of profound, life-altering peril. Think about this for a second, the culmination of an espionage plot. It isn't merely the unveiling of a secret, is it? It is the nexus where all the carefully laid plans, the whispered conspiracies, the coded messages, and the silent betrayals finally collide. For Bundle, this means moving beyond the fringes of the mystery, beyond mere observation, and plunging headfirst into the very heart of the clandestine operation. Her reconnaissance at this stage is no longer about gathering scraps of information, it is about witnessing the definitive actions, overhearing the most crucial confessions, and putting herself directly in the line of fire. It is a moment defined by an unbearable tension, a precipice of discovery where the stakes are not just national security, but her very existence. This is where the abstract concept of espionage crystallizes into immediate, terrifying reality. Every second counts, every shadow holds a potential threat, and every word spoken carries immense weight. The air itself seems charged with unspoken danger and impending revelation. Now, let's turn our attention to the practical layer of this thrilling escalation. We will first meticulously detail Bundle's astonishingly audacious act of hiding inside a cupboard to witness the Seven Dials meeting. Picture the scene with me, if you will. Imagine the sheer audacity, the incredible nerve required for such an endeavor. Bundle, with her characteristic blend of recklessness and sharp intuition, finds herself in the grand, yet sinister, mansion that serves as the secret rendezvous point for the notorious Seven Dials Society. The atmosphere crackles with a palpable sense of anticipation and dread. As the hour for the clandestine meeting approaches, Bundle's options narrow dramatically. Escape is no longer viable, remaining unseen in the open is impossible. Her gaze falls upon a large, ornate, and rather dusty cupboard tucked away in a dimly lit corner of the imposing chamber. It is a desperate choice, born of necessity and a refusal to abandon her mission. Consider the sensory experience of this moment. The cupboard, heavy with the scent of aged wood and stale air, offers a confined sanctuary. As she carefully, painstakingly, maneuvers herself inside, the door creaks with an alarming loudness, each sound a hammer blow against her racing heart. She squeezes herself into the cramped space, perhaps amongst forgotten linens or stacks of old books, her body tensed, every muscle screaming for release, yet forced into absolute stillness. The darkness within is profound, punctuated only by slivers of light filtering through the crack in the door or the keyhole, offering tantalizing, distorted glimpses of the room outside. The air quickly becomes stifling, thick with the smell of dust and her own rising fear. Her breath, held captive in her chest, is a conscious effort, each shallow inhalation a testament to her immense self-control. Every rustle of her clothing, every tiny movement, feels amplified to a deafening roar in the echoing silence of her improvised prison. The world outside the cupboard shrinks to a series of muffled sounds, the distant chime of a clock, the soft tread of footsteps approaching, the low murmur of voices. Her senses are heightened to an almost unbearable degree, her ears straining to catch every syllable, every inflection, every subtle shift in the atmosphere of the room. This isn't just hiding, it's an exercise in extreme self-discipline, a test of will against the overwhelming urge to move, to breathe freely, to escape the suffocating confines. It is a master class in clandestine observation, performed by an amateur who, in that moment, embodies the very essence of a seasoned spy, driven by an unyielding desire for truth. Now, let's immerse ourselves in the truly terrifying moments of near discovery that followed. Bundle's heart pounds a frantic rhythm against her ribs, a drumbeat of pure terror. She can hear them now, the masked figures, entering the room, their voices hushed, their presence radiating an ominous power. Then, a sudden, horrifying development. Footsteps approach her hiding place. Each thud against the floorboards reverberates through the cupboard, through Bundle's very bones. The footsteps grow louder, closer, inexorable. A hand, she imagines, reaches for the cupboard door. Perhaps a casual inspection, a momentary curiosity, or worse, a deliberate search. She holds her breath, not daring to make even the slightest sound. Her muscles are rigid, locked in a desperate effort to remain utterly motionless. Sweat beads on her forehead, tracing cold paths down her temples. In this moment, time itself seems to distort, stretching into an eternity of agonizing suspense. To put this into perspective, imagine a real-world scenario, a hypothetical case study from the annals of intelligence gathering. Picture A. This conversation, overheard by Bundle, confirms the immense stakes and the ruthless nature of the Seven Dials, solidifying her understanding of the true danger she has stumbled into. The very air she breathes, even in her cramped hiding spot, feels heavy with their dark intentions and burgeoning panic. The final, devastating practical point in the sequence is the confrontation that leaves Bundle unconscious or captured. This is the moment where the hunter becomes the hunted, where the hidden observer is brutally revealed. The tension within the meeting reaches a fever pitch. Perhaps Bundle, in her desperate attempt to hear a crucial whispered detail, inadvertently makes a slight sound, a brush of fabric, a barely stifled gasp. Or perhaps one of the members, possessing an unnervingly acute sense of awareness, suspects a hidden presence and begins a systematic search. The discovery would be sudden, shocking, and violent. Imagine the scenario: a sudden silence descends upon the room, a collective pause in their sinister discussion. A masked figure, perhaps the most ruthless of them all, turns his head slowly, deliberately, towards the cupboard. His eyes, even through the mask, seem to bore into her hiding place. A single, ominous step. Another. The hand reaches for the handle. Bundle's heart leaps into her throat, a choked cry dying before it can escape her lips. The cupboard door is wrenched open with a force that sends splinters flying, revealing her, small and vulnerable, cowering within. The light, suddenly blinding, floods her sanctuary. Her cover is blown. There is no time for escape, no opportunity for negotiation. The shock of being discovered, the terror of facing these ruthless individuals, is overwhelming. The confrontation would be swift and brutal. Perhaps a powerful arm reaches in, grabbing her roughly. A struggle, brief and futile, would ensue. Bundle, though spirited, is no match for trained operatives, or men driven by desperation and the need to silence a witness. A hand covers her mouth, muffling her scream. A sharp blow, administered with precision, to the back of her head, or perhaps a chloroform-soaked cloth pressed against her face. Her world spins, colors blur, and the menacing faces of the masked figures become distorted, swimming out of focus. The last thing she might register is the cold determination in their eyes, the complete absence of pity. Then, darkness descends, swift and absolute, plunging her into unconsciousness. The mission, her daring reconnaissance, ends not in triumph, but in a horrifying defeat, leaving her fate hanging precariously in the balance. This isn't just a fictional event, it mirrors countless instances in espionage where an operative, despite their skill and planning, is overcome by superior force or an unpredictable turn of events. The psychological impact of such a sudden loss of control, the abrupt transition from observer to victim, is profound and often traumatic. It's a moment of absolute vulnerability, where one's carefully constructed world shatters in an instant. Now, let's ascend to the philosophical layer, considering the long-term impact of such a harrowing experience and the common psychological barriers related to this topic. What does an event like this do to a person, fundamentally, on a deeper level? For Bundle, surviving such a terrifying ordeal would leave an indelible mark, a permanent shift in her worldview. The long-term impact extends far beyond physical recovery. Psychologically, she would likely grapple with a heightened sense of paranoia, a perpetual hyper-awareness of her surroundings. The world would no longer seem a safe, predictable place. Every shadow might conceal a threat, every stranger a potential enemy. Trust, once freely given, would become a precious and guarded commodity. She might find herself constantly scanning crowds, listening for telltale whispers, jumping at sudden noises. This isn't simply anxiety, it's a rewiring of the brain, a survival mechanism honed by extreme danger. Consider the potential for post-traumatic stress. What would be your immediate instinct when faced with imminent discovery while hidden? How would your mind process the conversation of conspirators, and what would be the most difficult psychological challenge for you to overcome in such a scenario? Think about the lingering effects, the echoes of such an event, and how they might shape your future choices and your perception of the world around you. This is not just a story of adventure, it's a profound exploration of human resilience and vulnerability when confronted by the darkest elements of society. Chapters 25 to 27, The Tables Turn. Welcome, esteemed listeners, as we delve deeper into the intricate web of deception and revelation that is the Seven Dials mystery. We now arrive at a pivotal moment, a true turning point encapsulated in chapters 25 through 27, aptly titled The Tables Turn. This is where the carefully constructed facade begins to crumble, where the intricate machinations that have driven our narrative forward suddenly shift direction, and the true nature of the players involved is brought startlingly into the light. It's a breathtaking moment, one that redefines everything we thought we knew. Think about this for a second. The unraveling of a conspiracy, especially one as elaborately constructed as the Seven Dials, is rarely a neat, linear process. It is, more often than not, a chaotic cascade, a series of dominoes toppling in unexpected directions, triggered by a seemingly minor misstep or an unforeseen act of courage. In the realm of grand conspiracies, the very act of maintaining secrecy demands immense resources and meticulous planning. Yet, it is precisely this complexity that often sows the seeds of its own destruction. A vast network requires multiple individuals, each a potential weak link, each carrying a sliver of critical information. The theoretical process of unraveling such a scheme typically begins with an external intervention, perhaps a persistent investigator like Superintendent Battle, or an unwitting, yet determined, amateur like Bundle Brandt. These external forces, through relentless inquiry and observation, begin to poke holes in the narrative, identifying inconsistencies, tracking unusual patterns, and following seemingly insignificant threads. Law enforcement intervention, when executed effectively, is a symphony of coordinated efforts. It's not just about a single detective making a dramatic arrest. Rather, it involves meticulous intelligence gathering, often spanning months or even years. This intelligence might come from informants, from intercepted communications, from painstaking forensic analysis of overlooked details, or even from the careful study of human behavior and psychological profiling of potential suspects. When law enforcement finally moves, it does so with calculated precision, often involving multiple agencies, each with specialized skills from tactical teams for rescue operations, to surveillance units, to cybercrime experts who can trace digital footprints. The delicate balance lies in allowing the conspiracy to mature enough to reveal its full scope, thereby ensuring a comprehensive dismantling, without allowing it to inflict irreversible damage. This intricate dance between observation and intervention requires not just bravery, but an almost superhuman patience and foresight. The greater the secrecy, the more profound the initial shock of exposure, and the more vital the strategic, coordinated response from the authorities. Now, let's look at why this happens and how it manifests in a practical, breathtaking scenario. Imagine the scene, the air thick with tension, a palpable sense of danger hanging heavy like a shroud. This is the stage for the rescue operation, a high-stakes endeavor where lives literally hang in the balance. Consider a scenario akin to a classic extraction, a meticulously planned infiltration of a remote, fortified location where our protagonist, perhaps Lily, is held captive. The initial intel, painstakingly gathered, indicates multiple armed guards, complex locking mechanisms, and a layout designed to disorient and deter. Superintendent Battle, the seasoned, unflappable officer, stands at the heart of this operation. His involvement isn't merely supervisory, it's a masterclass in strategic thinking and calm under immense pressure. He's the conductor of a finely tuned orchestra, each member knowing their precise role. For instance, the rescue might unfold with a diversionary tactic, a simulated security breach on the perimeter, drawing away a significant portion of the guards. Simultaneously, a small, highly trained tactical team, perhaps clad in dark, silent gear, They are, in essence, a covered arm of the state, an elite, highly specialized unit designed to tackle threats that conventional law enforcement agencies are either unequipped or unauthorized to handle publicly. Imagine a group of individuals, handpicked for their intelligence, courage, and unwavering dedication, operating under deep cover, their identities meticulously shielded, their actions deliberately obscured from public scrutiny. Their targets are not petty criminals, but international spies, masterminds of global financial fraud, arms dealers operating beyond borders, and those who seek to destabilize national security through insidious means. Consider a parallel, a fictionalized, yet deeply resonant real-world analogy. Think of intelligence agencies or specialized counter-terrorism units that operate with extreme discretion. Their successes are rarely publicized. Their failures, if they occur, are often attributed to unrelated causes or simply vanish from the public record. The 7 Dials, in this context, are not unlike a clandestine network designed to anticipate and neutralize such threats before they fully materialize. Their methods are unconventional, often skirting the very edge of legality, but always with the overarching goal of upholding justice and protecting the innocent. They might infiltrate crime syndicates, turning their own methods against them, or establish elaborate sting operations that appear to be part of the underworld itself, only to spring the trap when the true culprits reveal their intentions. The ethical dilemmas are immense. How far can one go in deception and subterfuge for the greater good? But for the 7 Dials, the answer lies in the dire consequences of inaction, in the unseen battles they fight daily to preserve the fabric of society from unseen enemies. Their existence is a testament to the complex, often morally ambiguous, reality of protecting a nation from threats that refuse to operate within the clear boundaries of law. With the true nature of the 7 Dials finally understood, the entire focus of the investigation undergoes a profound, almost dizzying, transformation. No longer are our protagonists searching for a shadowy, external enemy. Instead, the hunt shifts inward. The real murderer, the true villain of our story, must now be found among the very innocent friends, the trusted circle that Lily and her companions believed they knew intimately. This is a classic, agonizing twist, a moment of deep betrayal and profound disillusionment. Think of it this way: for much of the narrative, the group has bonded over shared danger, united against a common, external foe. They have offered each other comfort, support, and seemingly unwavering loyalty. Now, the revelation shatters that illusion. The killer is not a stranger, but someone who shared their laughter, their fears, their intimate secrets. The shift in focus demands a complete re-evaluation of every interaction, every casual comment, every glance. Suddenly, innocent gestures become suspicious, ambiguities morph into potential clues. The investigation transforms from a grand chase to an intimate, psychological dissection of trust and deception. It's akin to a closed-room mystery where the perpetrator has always been among the limited cast of characters, but the specific dynamics here are far more agonizing. Our heroes must now look at their friends not as allies, but as potential suspects, meticulously analyzing their alibis, their motives, their reactions, and their histories, filtering everything through the lens of potential culpability. Every past conversation is replayed, every shared experience examined for a hidden agenda, a subtle lie, or a telling omission. This realization forces the characters, and us, the listeners, into a painful confrontation with the fragility of human trust and the chilling reality that evil can wear the most familiar and comforting of faces. It's a truly heartbreaking moment when the hunter realizes the prey has been living under the same roof. This leads us to a contemplation of tea. Now, as we conclude this deep dive into the turning of the tables, I invite you, the listener, to a moment of reflection. Consider the intricate nature of secrets in your own life, or in the broader societal context. What are the ethical implications of operating in the shadows, even for what one perceives as the greater good? Where do you draw the line between necessary deception and outright moral compromise? Think about a time when your own perceptions of a person or a situation were fundamentally challenged, when you realized that what you believed to be true was, in fact, an elaborate misdirection. How did that realization impact your trust, your worldview, and your understanding of human motivations? These are not easy questions, and there are no simple answers. But by grappling with them, we can perhaps gain a deeper appreciation for the complex interplay of trust, betrayal, and the relentless pursuit of truth that lies at the very heart of stories like the Seven Dials mystery, and indeed, the human experience itself. The unraveling of a grand conspiracy forces us to confront not only the villains of the story, but also the hidden assumptions within ourselves. Chapters 28 to 29, The Final Reveal. Welcome back, listeners, as we plunge into the heart of the Seven Dials mystery, arriving at the climactic and intricately woven chapters 28 and 29, aptly titled The Final Reveal. This is where all the meticulously placed threads converge, where the long simmering tensions finally boil over, and the true faces of friend and foe are startlingly illuminated. It is a moment of profound narrative satisfaction, delivering the much anticipated unmasking of the true antagonist while simultaneously bringing to a heartwarming, albeit unexpected, resolution the various romantic subplots that have gently simmered beneath the surface of the grand espionage thriller. Think about this for a second. A great mystery, at its core, is a carefully constructed deception. The antagonist isn't merely a villain, they are often the most cunning illusionist, crafting a believable facade, perhaps even endearing themselves to the very people they seek to betray or destroy. The brilliance lies not just in who the villain is, but how they manage to hide in plain sight. This unmasking, then, is more than just a plot point, it's a dramatic reveal that challenges our perceptions, forcing us to re-evaluate every interaction, every seemingly innocuous comment made by the character we thought we knew. It plays on our human tendency to trust, to categorize, and often, to overlook the subtle signs of malevolence lurking behind a charming smile or an unassuming demeanor. The ultimate reveal acts as a catharsis for the reader, an intellectual triumph where the puzzle pieces finally snap together, offering a crystal clear picture that was obscured by a masterful misdirection. Simultaneously, the resolution of romantic subplots in such a high-stakes environment serves a crucial purpose. It anchors the grand, often impersonal, machinations of espionage and danger to the deeply personal realm of human emotion. Love, or the potential for it, provides an emotional stakes that transcends the mere theft of secrets or prevention of a crime. It shows us that even amidst chaos and deception, genuine connection can blossom. The characters, having faced mortality and betrayal, emerge with a clearer understanding of their own hearts, often finding love in the most unexpected places or with individuals they initially dismissed. This dual resolution, intellectual and emotional, provides a truly satisfying conclusion, rewarding both the analytical mind and the empathetic heart of the audience. Now, let's look at why this happens and how it unfolds specifically within the thrilling conclusion of the Seven Dials mystery. Our first pivotal point, the stunning revelation, is the unmasking of Jimmy Thesiger as the mastermind behind the entire insidious operation, and, chillingly, the cold-blooded killer of both Gary Wade and Captain Devereux. This is the moment when the mask truly falls. Throughout the narrative, Thesiger has maintained a facade of a slightly bumbling, almost endearingly incompetent, but ultimately harmless and well-meaning young man. He was the seemingly innocuous, often comic relief, the perfect individual to divert suspicion. The genius of Christie's plotting here is that Thesiger fits the profile of someone who would never be considered a threat. He's presented as a dilettante, a jovial presence, perhaps a bit too fond of drink, someone easily dismissed as not having the intellectual capacity or the ruthless ambition to orchestrate such a complex scheme. Imagine, if you will, a scenario unfolding not unlike a real-world corporate espionage case where the unassuming intern, the one who always brought coffee and never seemed to pay much attention during meetings, turns out to be the mole. Or think of the notorious case of Robert Hanssen, the FBI agent who spent decades spying for the Soviet Union and Russia. He wasn't the flashy, obvious villain. He was a devout Catholic, a seemingly ordinary family man, rising through the ranks while quietly delivering some of America's most sensitive intelligence to its adversaries. His ordinariness, his almost berea. The tension is palpable as the net finally closes around Thesiger. There's an undeniable rush as the carefully laid traps of Superintendent Battle and the intrepid bundle finally spring shut. The atmosphere is charged with a mixture of fear, adrenaline, and the chilling realization that the killer has been among them all along. Imagine a scene from a classic spy thriller, where the hero, cornered and exposed, makes a desperate dash for freedom. The fight itself is not merely a physical struggle, it is a manifestation of Thesiger's desperation, his carefully constructed world collapsing around him. He fights not just to escape capture, but to preserve his shattered illusion of innocence, to deny the damning truth now laid bare. It's a furious, almost animalistic struggle, contrasting sharply with his earlier languid persona. Chairs are overturned, lamps crash, and voices rise in alarmed shouts as the quiet, clandestine world of espionage erupts into chaotic violence. This chaotic sequence serves several purposes. It provides a thrilling physical climax, it dramatically confirms Thesiger's guilt through his violent reaction, and it allows for a final, desperate attempt at escape before justice finally, definitively, prevails. The fight is the physical embodiment of the intellectual and emotional struggle that has underpinned the entire story, a tangible release of all the pent-up suspense. And then, amidst the dust and aftermath of shattered illusions and the clanging echoes of conflict, we witness a profoundly personal and quiet resolution, Bundle's realization of her deep, genuine feelings for Bill Eversleigh. This is the heart, the emotional grounding that balances the high-octane espionage. Bundle, throughout her adventurous journey, has been primarily driven by curiosity, a sense of justice, and perhaps a touch of youthful recklessness. Her interactions with Bill have often been characterized by banter, playful antagonism, and a competitive spirit. She initially found him irritating, perhaps a bit too earnest, and certainly not her preferred type. However, through the crucible of shared danger, unexpected alliances, and moments of genuine vulnerability, her perception of him subtly shifts. Think of it as a psychological exercise in re-evaluating initial impressions. How often do we form an opinion of someone based on superficial characteristics or fleeting interactions, only to discover, through deeper engagement, that our first judgment was completely off? This is the journey Bundle takes. Bill, despite his often clumsy attempts to protect her or guide her, consistently proves himself reliable, honorable, and deeply concerned for her welfare. He doesn't conform to her initial, perhaps idealized, notions of a romantic hero, but he embodies the quiet strength and unwavering loyalty that are far more valuable in the long run. The realization isn't a sudden, grand declaration, it's a gradual dawning, an internal quiet recognition as the chaos subsides. Perhaps it's a specific look he gives her, a protective gesture, or even the memory of his steadfast presence during moments of extreme peril that finally melts her carefully constructed defenses. It represents the triumph of substance over superficiality, demonstrating that true affection often blossoms from shared experience, mutual respect, and a profound understanding of another's character, rather than from initial physical attraction or conventional charm. It's a beautifully understated end to her personal arc, hinting at a future where adventure is tempered by companionship. Now, let's turn our attention to the broader implications, delving into the philosophical layers of these profound revelations. The long-term impact of such a comprehensive unmasking and romantic resolution ripples far beyond the final page. For the characters, it often leads to a profound re-evaluation of trust, friendship, and personal judgment. Think of the psychological toll on those who were close to Thesiger, who had placed their faith in him. There's a period of self-doubt, a questioning. 7-Day Action Plan, The Amateur Sleuth's Guide. Welcome, dear listener, to Chapter 7 of our journey, a practical expedition we've titled, 7-Day Action Plan, The Amateur Sleuth's Guide. Throughout our exploration of Agatha Christie's ingenious The Seven Dials mystery, we've been captivated by the thrilling escapades of Bundle Brent, a character whose quick wit, keen observation, and unwavering intuition guide her through a labyrinth of secrets and danger. This chapter isn't just a discussion, it's an invitation, a blueprint for you to translate the very essence of Bundle's remarkable abilities, the core themes of intuition and observation, into a tangible, transformative daily practice. Think about this for a second. The Seven Dials mystery is not merely a tale of intrigue, it is a masterclass in how an ordinary individual, albeit one with extraordinary courage and intelligence, can unravel the most convoluted of plots by simply paying attention and trusting their inner compass. Bundle doesn't possess a detective agency's resources or a police force's authority. She relies on her sharp senses, her uncanny knack for reading people and situations, and an inherent willingness to question the obvious. This is precisely what we aim to cultivate within you. Our theoretical foundation here is built upon the premise that intuition is not some mystical, unteachable sixth sense, but rather a sophisticated form of rapid pattern recognition honed by experience and conscious observation. And observation itself is far more than just seeing, it is active engagement with the world, a deliberate effort to notice, analyze, and interpret details that most people simply overlook. We are constantly bombarded by information, yet our brains, for efficiency, filter out an immense amount of it. The amateur sleuth's objective is to consciously lower those filters, to expand the bandwidth of sensory input, and to train the mind to process this richer tapestry of data more effectively. We will embark on a 7-day journey, each day focusing on a specific exercise designed to incrementally sharpen these vital skills. Each task is an opportunity to challenge your assumptions, broaden your perspective, and ultimately, to see the world with greater clarity and depth. This isn't about becoming a private investigator overnight, it's about enhancing your critical thinking, improving your decision-making, fostering deeper empathy, and navigating the complexities of your own life with increased confidence and insight. Now, let's look at why this happens and how we can practically implement these profound shifts. Day 1. Practice observation by noting 3 unusual details in your environment. This foundational exercise is designed to combat what psychologists call inattentional blindness, the phenomenon where we fail to perceive objects or events that are plainly visible because our attention is focused elsewhere. Bundle Brant, traversing grand country estates or dingy London apartments, never allowed herself the luxury of passive perception. She saw the dropped handkerchief, the peculiar mud on a shoe, the subtle shift in a person's gaze. For your day 1 task, choose a familiar environment, perhaps your daily commute, your office, or even just a room in your home. The challenge is to actively seek out and document 3 details that you have never consciously noticed before, or that strike you as distinctly unusual. Don't merely glance, truly observe. Let me give you an example. Imagine walking down a street you frequent every single day, perhaps on your way to work. You know the shops, the general flow of traffic, the usual faces. But today, you deliberately slow down. Instead of the usual hurried stride, you adopt a more deliberate pace. You might suddenly notice a peculiar, intricately carved gargoyle perched atop a building you've passed thousands of times, its stone eyes staring down with a silent, ancient wisdom. Or perhaps you spot a vibrant splash of graffiti, a small, intricate piece of street art hidden beneath a bus stop bench, a miniature world of color you've completely bypassed before. Maybe it's the specific, rhythmic squeak of a particular floorboard in your hallway, a sound you'd subconsciously filtered out until now. What is the color of the post box you pass? Is it peeling? What kind of lock is on the main door of the cafe? Are there any specific plants in the window boxes that are struggling, or thriving? Look for things that are out of place, or things that are always there but. This is crucial. Don't just wait for your turn to speak. Truly absorb what they are saying. Notice their tone, their body language. Ask follow-up questions that show you've heard them and are genuinely interested. That's fascinating. Can you tell me more about X? Or how did you get into that? Step 4. Seek to understand their perspective. The goal isn't to find common ground necessarily, but to appreciate a viewpoint that might differ from your own. Everyone has a unique story, a particular set of experiences that shapes their outlook. By listening without judgment, you gain invaluable insight into the sheer diversity of human thought and emotion. Step 5. Conclude gracefully. A simple "it was lovely chatting with you" or "thank you for sharing" that suffices. The long-term impact of this exercise is profound. It erodes preconceived notions, builds empathy, and makes you more adaptable in social situations. In the context of amateur sleuthing, having a broad network of acquaintances means you have access to diverse perspectives and potentially unexpected sources of information, just as Bundle did. Moreover, the act of connecting with strangers builds courage and confidence, crucial traits for navigating the unknown. Day 4. Trust your gut. Journal about a time your intuition was correct. Bundle's actions were frequently driven by a powerful, almost unshakable gut feeling. There were moments when logic might have dictated caution, but an inner conviction propelled her forward, often leading her to critical breakthroughs. This exercise aims to help you recognize, validate, and ultimately, trust your own intuitive intelligence. For your Day 4 task, find a quiet moment and engage in a journaling exercise. Reflect on at least one specific instance in your life when you had a strong gut feeling, a hunch, or an inexplicable sense about a situation, a person, or a decision, and that feeling ultimately proved to be correct. Now, let's delve into the details of this reflection. Step 1. Describe the situation. What were the circumstances? Who was involved? What decision needed to be made, or what event was unfolding? Be as specific as possible, detailing the context. Step 2. Describe the feeling itself. How did your intuition manifest? Was it a sudden thought, a physical sensation, a knot in your stomach, a tingling feeling, a sense of unease or certainty? Was it a red flag that had no immediate logical explanation? Was it a clear internal voice or just a powerful inclination? Try to put words to the subtle, often nonverbal cues your body and mind were sending. Step 3. Detail the logical reasoning at the time. What did your rational mind tell you? What were the facts, as you understood them? Was there a conflict between your logical analysis and your gut feeling? Often, intuition whispers where logic shouts. Step 4. Explain the outcome. How did the situation eventually unfold? How did your gut feeling prove to be accurate, even if you initially dismissed it? What did you learn from the experience? Consider a common scenario: you're interviewing a job candidate. On paper, they have all the right qualifications, their references check out, and they answer questions flawlessly. Yet, you have an inexplicable feeling of unease, a small voice suggesting something is off. You can't pinpoint it. Perhaps it's a micro-expression you caught, a slight hesitation in their tone, or a subtle mismatch between their words and their body language that your subconscious picked up. You might dismiss it, hire them, and later discover they weren't a good fit, or worse, were dishonest. Or, conversely, you might have felt an immediate, strong sense of rapport with a seemingly less qualified candidate, followed your gut, and they turned out to be an invaluable asset. This journaling exercise is about more than just remembering a past event. It's about validating your intuitive hits, giving them weight and legitimacy. It helps you recognize the subtle ways your subconscious mind processes vast amounts of information, details from day one's OBS. Let's undertake this as a focused observation exercise. Step 1. Select your observation setting. Ensure you can observe naturally and unobtrusively. Step 2. Choose a few individuals or groups to focus on. Don't stare, observe generally, then home in on specific interactions. Step 3. Observe their outward presentation. Demeanor: are they jovial, serious, deferential, assertive, withdrawn? Body language: are their arms crossed, hands open, posture upright or slumped? Do they make eye contact? How do they occupy space? Speech patterns: is their voice loud or soft, fast or slow? Do they use formal or informal language? Do they interrupt or listen patiently? Step 4. Look for shifts in behavior. This is the crucial part. How does a person's demeanor change when they interact with someone they perceive as an authority figure versus a subordinate? Does their language become more casual or more formal depending on the listener? Do they adopt a different posture or expression when speaking to a friend compared to a stranger, or a colleague versus a client? Notice subtle inconsistencies. A person might be overtly friendly, but their eyes constantly scan the room, indicating a deeper preoccupation. Or someone might express agreement, but their body language betrays hesitation. Step 5. Speculate on the underlying role or intention. Based on your observations, what mask do you think they are wearing? Are they trying to project confidence, sincerity, deference, authority, disinterest, or something else? Why might they be doing this? What social expectation or personal goal might they be fulfilling? For instance, observe someone at a networking event. They might be effusively charming and outgoing when speaking to a potential contact, exhibiting open body language and an enthusiastic tone. Yet, as soon as that conversation ends, their shoulders might slump slightly, a weariness might cross their face, and they might pull out their phone, becoming instantly less engaged. The mask of the vibrant networker drops, revealing a more introverted or fatigued individual underneath. This exercise isn't about judgment, it's about developing a profound understanding of human behavior and the complex interplay of social roles. By becoming adept at reading these unspoken signals and identifying the various masks, you gain a distinct advantage in any social situation, much like Bundle, who could often distinguish genuine emotion from calculated performance, allowing her to discern who was truly trustworthy and who was merely playing a part. This deepens your empathy and critical assessment of character, skills invaluable for navigating both everyday interactions and perplexing mysteries. Day 7, Courageous Action. Do one thing today that scares you, channeling Bundle's spirit. At the heart of the Seven Dials mystery is Bundle's extraordinary courage. She consistently puts herself in harm's way, confronts dangerous individuals, and pushes past her own fears in pursuit of the truth. She embodies the spirit of audacious action, a willingness to step into the unknown despite personal apprehension. This final exercise is about embodying that fearless spirit within your own life. For your Day 7 task, commit to doing one thing today that genuinely scares you, not in a reckless or dangerous way, but in a way that pushes you outside your comfort zone and builds your personal resilience. Let's clarify what this means with a detailed story and exercise approach. This isn't about skydiving if you have a fear of heights, unless that's a goal you've always yearned for. This is about challenging personal limitations and stepping into minor, manageable discomfort for growth. Consider these examples of courageous action. Public speaking. If you dread speaking in front of groups, volunteer to give a brief presentation at work or lead a discussion in a club. Difficult conversation. If you've been avoiding a necessary but challenging conversation with a colleague, friend, or family member, initiate it today. Frame it constructively, but age. You become not just an amateur sleuth of external mysteries, but a more insightful, confident, and proactive architect of your own life. Common psychological barriers. While the path to becoming a more observant and intuitive individual is incredibly rewarding, it is not without its psychological hurdles. Understanding these common barriers is the first step towards overcoming them. One significant barrier is the fear of being wrong or appearing foolish. To question narratives, to trust your gut when logic seems to contradict it, or to connect with strangers, often involves risking an incorrect assessment or a socially awkward moment. Our brains are wired to avoid perceived threats, and social disapproval can feel like one. This fear can lead to confirmation bias, where we selectively seek out information that confirms our existing beliefs, rather than challenging them, thus hindering genuine investigation. Another barrier is cognitive overload and the comfort of routine. Our lives are busy, and our brains constantly seek shortcuts. It's simply easier to rely on existing mental models, to skim information, and to avoid the effort of deep observation and critical analysis. Breaking free from these ingrained habits requires conscious effort and energy, and the inertia of routine can be a powerful force. Social anxiety also plays a role, particularly in exercises like Day 3's Expand Your Network. The apprehension of initiating conversations, fearing judgment, or simply not knowing what to say, can prevent us from broadening our horizons and gathering diverse perspectives. Furthermore, there's the tendency to dismiss intuition as irrational. In a highly rational, data-driven world, trusting a gut feeling can feel unscientific or even irresponsible. This societal bias can lead us to ignore powerful subconscious insights, undermining a crucial aspect of the amateur sleuth's toolkit. Finally, the sheer discomfort of courageous action on Day 7 can be a formidable barrier. Our brains prefer safety and predictability. Stepping into the unknown, even in small ways, triggers ancient survival mechanisms that scream danger. Overcoming this requires a conscious choice to lean into discomfort, to view it not as a warning sign to retreat, but as a signal that growth is imminent. To navigate these barriers, remember that becoming a sleuth of life is a journey, not a destination. Be patient with yourself. Celebrate small victories. Frame challenges as experiments, removing the pressure of absolute success. And always remind yourself of the immense rewards, the clearer vision, the deeper understanding, and the unwavering confidence that comes from truly seeing the world, and yourself, with the keen, discerning eye of an amateur sleuth. Listener reflection: as we conclude this intensive 7-day action plan, take a moment to reflect on the journey you've just undertaken, even if it's been purely theoretical within these pages. Consider how the insights from Bundle Brandt's adventures in the 7 Dials mystery have resonated with your own experiences. Which of these daily challenges felt most daunting? Which seemed the most exciting? How might your perspective on a past event or a current problem shift if you applied the principles of rigorous observation, critical questioning, or pattern recognition? Remember, the goal is not perfection, but persistent practice. These are not one-time exercises, but habits to cultivate over a lifetime. The world is a vast, intricate mystery, and within it, countless smaller mysteries await your discerning eye and your courageous spirit. By embracing the Amateur Sleuth's Guide, you are not just reading a book, you are writing a new chapter in your own story, one filled with greater awareness, deeper understanding, and an unshakable confidence to unravel whatever puzzles life places before you. Keep observing. Keep questioning. Keep trusting your extraordinary potential. Welcome, dear listener, to Chapter 7 of our journey, a practical expedition we've titled 7-Day Action Plan, T. This practice forces your brain to engage with its surroundings on a granular level, expanding your perceptual field and sharpening your senses. It's the very first step in seeing the world, and its hidden truths, anew. Day 2, question the narrative, look for inconsistencies in a news story or rumor. Bundle Brent rarely took things at face value. The initial explanations, the convenient truths, were always just starting points for her deeper investigation. She instinctively sought discrepancies, the small cracks in a seemingly solid story that hinted at something more sinister beneath. This exercise aims to cultivate that same healthy skepticism and analytical rigor. For your Day 2 task, select a recent news story, preferably one that isn't highly emotionally charged or politically divisive, perhaps a local event, a human interest piece, or a scientific discovery explained for a general audience. Alternatively, choose a widely accepted rumor circulating in your social or professional circles. Your goal is to critically analyze the presented narrative. Now, let's explore this with a real-world case study. Consider a news report about a new park opening in a city. The headline might trumpet "City unveils green oasis, boosting community wellness." The article will likely feature quotes from city officials praising the project, perhaps a photo of children playing joyfully. This is the initial narrative. To question it, you'd apply the sleuth's lens. What information is noticeably absent? Firstly, consider the source. Who funded the park? Was it entirely public money, or were there corporate sponsors? If so, what are their interests? Secondly, look for omissions. Were there any controversies during its construction? What was on that land before? Were any businesses displaced? How were local residents consulted? Are there dissenting voices not included in the article? Thirdly, examine the language. Are emotionally charged words used to sway opinion? Are statistics presented without context? For example, thousands attended the opening sounds impressive, but what is the typical attendance for such events in that city? What proportion of the local population does it represent? The goal isn't to find fault or become cynical, but to develop the capacity for critical inquiry. It's about recognizing that every story, whether from a news outlet, a friend, or even our own internal monologue, is a curated selection of information. An amateur sleuth understands that what is not said can be as significant as what is explicitly stated. By seeking out these inconsistencies or gaps, you train your mind to look beyond the surface, to understand the broader context, and to discern potential motives or biases influencing the narrative. This prepares you to detect the subtle falsehoods that often mask the truth in real-life mysteries. Day 3, expand your network. Strike up a conversation with someone outside your circle. Bundle's success in the Seven Dials mystery was often facilitated by her ability to charm, connect with, and extract information from a surprisingly diverse array of individuals, from eccentric aristocrats to unassuming servants. She understood that everyone holds a piece of the puzzle, and that genuine connection opens doors that logic alone cannot. This exercise is about deliberately broadening your social intelligence and information channels. For your day 3 task, commit to striking up a genuine conversation with someone you wouldn't ordinarily interact with, someone outside your established social or professional circles. This isn't about interrogation, it's about authentic connection and expanding your understanding of the human experience. Let's walk through a step-by-step exercise. Step 1. Identify an opportunity. This could be the barista at your coffee shop, a fellow passenger on public transport, a librarian, a person in line at the grocery store, or even a neighbor you've only ever offered a polite nod to. The key is that they are not already part of your usual echo chamber. Step 2. Initiate with an O. By acknowledging these moments, you begin to build a relationship of trust with your own inner wisdom, a critical tool for any aspiring amateur sleuth navigating ambiguous circumstances. Day 5. Look for patterns. Analyze a recurring problem in your life for hidden causes. A hallmark of a brilliant detective, like Bundle, is the ability to connect seemingly disparate events, to see the threads that weave through chaos and reveal an underlying pattern. This pattern recognition is not just for solving crimes, it's an incredibly powerful tool for understanding and resolving recurring challenges in your own life. This exercise is designed to apply that analytical rigor to personal predicaments. For your Day 5 task, identify a recurring problem in your life. This could be anything from habitually running late, to frequent misunderstandings with a particular person, to a persistent feeling of being overwhelmed. Your objective is to analyze this problem not as isolated incidents, but as a series of events, looking for hidden causes, triggers, and sequences that repeat themselves. Let's use a step-by-step exercise approach for this. Step 1. Define the recurring problem clearly. Instead of "I'm always stressed," try "I consistently feel overwhelmed and rushed during the last 2 hours of my workday, leading to mistakes and anxiety." Step 2. Document specific instances. For the last 3 to 5 times this problem occurred, quickly jot down, what was the date/time? What were the immediate circumstances leading up to it? Who was involved if applicable? What were your actions/reactions? What was the immediate outcome? Step 3. Look for commonalities. Review your documented instances. Are there any recurring themes? Do these problems always happen at a specific time of day, or on certain days of the week? Are particular individuals always involved? Are there specific types of tasks or situations that consistently precede the problem? For instance, does your feeling of being rushed always follow an unannounced meeting, or a tendency to check emails before tackling important tasks? Do you consistently react in the same way? Step 4. Identify triggers and sequences. A trigger is the immediate event that sets the problem in motion. A sequence is the predictable series of events that follows. For example, the trigger might be receiving an urgent request via email at 3 p.m., and the sequence might be "I immediately drop everything else, get flustered, rush, and make errors." Step 5. Hypothesize the hidden cause. Based on the patterns, what do you believe is the underlying reason for this recurring issue? It might not be what you initially thought. For our example, the hidden cause might not be too much work, but rather poor time management regarding urgent requests or a lack of clear boundaries with colleagues. This methodical approach transforms a vague, frustrating problem into a solvable puzzle. It moves you beyond simply reacting to symptoms and empowers you to address root causes. Just as Bundle would piece together disparate clues, a coded message, a peculiar phrase, a suspicious absence, to uncover the truth behind a conspiracy, you are using the same cognitive framework to decode the mysteries within your own life. This practice strengthens your analytical abilities, fosters a more proactive mindset, and ultimately, helps you navigate your personal landscape with the strategic acumen of a seasoned investigator. Day 6, the mask exercise. Identify the roles people play in social situations. In the Seven Dials mystery, Bundle constantly encounters individuals who present one facade while harboring entirely different intentions or secrets. She understands that people, consciously or unconsciously, wear masks in social situations, adapting their persona to suit their audience or objectives. This exercise is designed to hone your ability to perceive these subtle shifts and better understand social dynamics and underlying motivations. For your Day 6 task, choose a social setting where you can observe people. Frame it constructively, but have it. Trying something new, sign up for a beginner's class in an activity you've always wanted to try but felt intimidated by, a new sport, a musical instrument, a dance class, or even a cooking technique that feels daunting. Expressing a bold idea, in a meeting, or to a superior, articulate a creative or unconventional idea you've been hesitant to share due to fear of judgment or rejection. Asking for help or what you need. If you typically struggle to ask for support or to voice your desires, clearly and respectfully articulate a need or a request to someone. The key is the internal feeling of apprehension. You should feel a slight flutter of nerves, a resistance, before you commit to the action. Once you've chosen your courageous act, step 1, acknowledge the fear. Don't try to suppress it. Recognize it as a natural human response to venturing into the unknown. Step 2, plan your approach. How will you execute this action? What are the practical steps? This helps break down the daunting task into manageable pieces. Step 3, execute the action. Take the plunge. Step 4, reflect immediately afterward. How did you feel during the action? How do you feel now? What did you learn about yourself? Did the fear subside, or was it less terrifying than anticipated? What was the actual outcome? For instance, imagine you are terrified of networking events. Your courageous action could be to attend one, and rather than hiding in a corner, you challenge yourself to introduce yourself to 3 new people. The fear is real, the possibility of rejection, of awkward silence, of saying the wrong thing. But as you engage, as you manage those initial introductions, you realize that the fear was often disproportionate to the actual experience. You learn that you are capable of navigating such situations, even with a little discomfort. This final exercise solidifies the entire 7-day plan. Observation, questioning, networking, intuition, and pattern recognition are all tools, but they require the courage to use them, to act on insights, and to step into uncomfortable truths. By consciously facing a small fear, you build your internal reservoir of bravery, preparing you for bigger challenges, just as Bundle's relentless pursuit of truth ultimately led her to confront the dangerous masterminds behind the 7 dials. It is the culminating act of becoming an amateur sleuth, ready to engage with life's mysteries not with trepidation, but with a vibrant and daring spirit. Now, let's turn our attention to the broader impact and potential hurdles of this journey. Long-term impact. Embarking on this 7-day action plan is far more than a fleeting exercise. It is the genesis of a profound and lasting transformation in how you interact with the world. The long-term impact of consistently practicing these skills extends far beyond merely spotting inconsistencies or trusting a gut feeling. Firstly, your critical thinking abilities will be significantly enhanced. You'll develop a more nuanced understanding of information, discerning fact from assumption, and recognizing biases not just in external narratives but also in your own thought processes. This leads to more informed decision-making in all aspects of life, from personal investments to professional strategies. Secondly, your empathy and social intelligence will deepen dramatically. By actively listening, observing body language, and engaging with diverse perspectives, you cultivate a greater capacity to understand others' motivations, fears, and desires. This leads to richer relationships, improved communication, and a heightened ability to navigate complex social dynamics, making you a more effective leader, friend, and colleague. Thirdly, you will experience a notable increase in self-awareness and self-trust. The practice of recognizing and validating your intuition helps you develop a stronger internal compass. You learn to discern the signal from the noise, distinguishing genuine intuitive hits from anxiety or wishful thinking. This fosters a profound sense. Summary: the double bluff. Welcome, discerning listeners, to a deep dive into the truly ingenious core of Agatha Christie's The 7 Dials mystery, specifically focusing on the double bluff. This isn't just a summary, it's an exploration of the architectural brilliance behind one of Christie's most captivating narratives. We're going to unravel the threads of deception and revelation, synthesizing the key plot twists and the compelling character arcs that define this remarkable story. Our journey begins with the theoretical layer, pondering the very essence of synthesizing a key plot twist and character arcs. Think about this for a second. A plot twist isn't merely a surprise, it's a fundamental reorientation of everything the audience believed to be true. It's the literary equivalent of shifting tectonic plates beneath a seemingly stable landscape. In a mystery, especially one crafted by a master like Christie, the twist isn't just about who did it, but often about what it truly was, and who they truly are. The synthesis involves expertly weaving together fragmented clues, subtle misdirections, and carefully cultivated assumptions, leading the reader down a garden path only to reveal that the path was, in fact, an elaborate detour from the true destination. It's a high-wire act of narrative control, ensuring that when the reveal comes, it feels both astonishingly unexpected and utterly inevitable in hindsight. Character arcs, on the other hand, are the personal journeys undertaken by the individuals within this shifting landscape. They are not static figures but beings who evolve, often dramatically, in response to the unfolding events and the revelations that challenge their perceptions of the world and themselves. The most profound character arcs are inextricably linked to the plot twists, with the discovery of the truth often serving as the crucible in which a character's true nature is forged or revealed. The synthesis here involves tracking their initial presentation, their motivations, their struggles, and ultimately, their transformation, showing how the external pressures of the plot intricately shape their internal growth. Christie, with her keen understanding of human nature, excels at this, using her twists not just for shock value, but as instruments for character development, exposing hidden strengths, weaknesses, and moral complexities. It's a dance between what happens and what that happening does to the people experiencing it, culminating in a richer, more profound understanding of the human condition itself. Now, let's look at why this happens and how it plays out in the Seven Dials mystery. Our first practical layer deep dive is into the brilliant inversion where the ominous secret society, the Seven Dials, turns out to be the heroes, or at least, the benevolent protectors of the realm, rather than the sinister force they are initially perceived to be. This is a masterful stroke of misdirection that leverages our innate human tendency to suspect the unknown and the secretive. Picture this: from the very outset of the story, the phrase "the Seven Dials" evokes images of shadowy figures, whispered conspiracies, and dangerous machinations. We are led to believe they are the architects of the peril facing the characters, perhaps even orchestrating the deaths that kickstart the mystery. The very name sounds arcane and exclusive, designed to inspire fear and suspicion. Consider the initial interactions, the cryptic messages, the sense of urgency and dread surrounding any mention of the society. Christie meticulously builds this perception through the reactions of the characters, the descriptions of their clandestine meetings, and the grave warnings issued by those in the know. We naturally assume a secret society dealing with classified documents and international espionage must be nefarious. This is a classic narrative setup for an antagonist. However, the brilliant inversion reveals that the Seven Dials is, in fact, a patriotic organization dedicated to preventing international sabotage and protecting state secrets. This leads us directly into Agatha Christie's insightful commentary on the bright young things of the 1920s, a social stratum that Bundle initially embodies. Christie, a keen observer of society, uses these characters not merely as plot devices but as a lens through which to examine a generation. The bright young things were a real phenomenon in post-World War I Britain, a generation that, having witnessed the horrors of war and the dismantling of old societal structures, embraced hedonism, jazz, fashion, and a carefree lifestyle. They were often stereotyped as frivolous, irresponsible, and lacking in substance, prioritizing parties and pleasure over gravitas and purpose. Christie's initial portrayal of characters like Bundle, Gary Wade, and Jimmy Thesiger often leans into these stereotypes, showcasing their superficial conversations, their relentless pursuit of entertainment, and their somewhat detached approach to life's more serious matters. This paints a vivid picture of the era's perceived decadence and the societal anxieties it provoked. However, Christie, with her characteristic nuance, cleverly subverts these very stereotypes. Through the unfolding mystery, she peels back the layers of cynicism and flippancy to reveal hidden depths, intelligence, and even patriotism beneath the glossy veneer. Bundle, as we've discussed, transforms into a formidable investigator. Jimmy Thesiger, initially presented as a rather unassuming and somewhat bumbling character, is eventually revealed to be a highly competent Secret Service agent, playing a crucial role in the entire operation. Even other minor characters among the bright young things demonstrate moments of courage or surprising insight. Christie's commentary isn't a condemnation of an entire generation but a more profound observation, that outward appearances and societal labels often conceal complex individuals with untapped potential, strong moral compasses, and surprising capabilities when faced with genuine crisis. It's a testament to the idea that true character can emerge from the most unexpected places, challenging the simplistic judgments society often imposes. As a reflection on societal stereotypes, consider the common perceptions of a current youth demographic, perhaps Gen Z or another group frequently discussed in media. Step 1. List 5 common adjectives or phrases used to describe this group, especially those that might carry a negative or dismissive connotation. Example: lazy, entitled, always on phones. Step 2. For each stereotype, challenge it by brainstorming specific examples, real-life stories, or alternative interpretations that demonstrate complexity, positive attributes, or unforeseen capabilities within that group. For instance, always on phones could be reinterpreted as highly connected, globally aware, and adept at digital communication for social change. Step 3. Reflect on how easy it is to fall into stereotyping and how narratives like Christie's remind us to look beyond the surface, to question assumptions, and to appreciate the multifaceted nature of individuals within any social cohort. Finally, let's reinforce the invaluable lesson that appearances can be deceiving, a thematic cornerstone of the Seven Dials mystery and indeed, much of Christie's work. This novel is a masterclass in obfuscation, presenting a world where nothing and no one is quite what they seem. Throughout the intricate plot, Christie employs multiple layers of deception. We've already discussed the biggest one, the Seven Dials itself, initially perceived as malevolent but revealed to be benevolent. But the deceit permeates every level of the narrative. Consider the characters. Jimmy Thesiger, initially perceived as an innocuous socialite, is revealed to be a key intelligence operative. The outwardly charming and somewhat bumbling Superintendent Battle, a seemingly straightforward police presence, is revealed to be deeply entrenched in the underlying counter-espionage efforts, possessing a much shrewder mind than he lets on. Even the seemingly they are not just tales of intrigue, they are profound explorations of human perception and the enduring challenge of uncovering truth in a world rife with illusion. Listener reflection: take a moment to consider how often in your own life you might have formed a strong initial opinion about a person, a situation, or an organization, only to have that opinion completely transformed by new information. What was that experience like? Did it feel uncomfortable to shift your perspective, or was it liberating? How can you consciously cultivate a more open-minded approach, one that actively seeks to look beyond surface appearances and question immediate assumptions? The wisdom of stories like the Seven Dials mystery lies not just in their clever plots, but in their timeless invitations to greater understanding. Conclusion and call to action. Welcome, dear listener, to the culmination of our enthralling journey through the labyrinthine corridors and sun-drenched lawns of chimneys, into the very heart of the Seven Dials mystery. We have reached the final chapter, a moment not of farewell, but of reflection, reinforcement, and anticipation for what thrilling literary adventures lie ahead. This is where our shared experience solidifies, and the lingering echoes of intrigue are thoughtfully put into perspective. Ending an audiobook, especially one as intricately woven as an Agatha Christie classic, is an art form in itself. It is far more than simply saying the end. It is about acknowledging the profound investment of time and imagination a listener has made. Think about this for a second. You've spent hours, perhaps days, or even weeks, immersed in a specific world, following distinct voices, piecing together subtle clues, and feeling the pulse of a story unfold. The conclusion, therefore, must honor that commitment, provide a sense of satisfying closure, and gently guide you back into your own reality, enriched by the journey. The theoretical underpinning of a powerful audiobook conclusion lies in several key psychological principles. Firstly, there's the recency effect, a cognitive bias where we tend to remember the most recently presented information best. A strong, memorable conclusion therefore leaves a lasting impression, shaping your overall perception of the entire listening experience. Secondly, it's about emotional resonance. The end offers a final opportunity to evoke powerful emotions, whether it's satisfaction, intrigue, thoughtfulness, or even a nostalgic longing for the world you're leaving behind. Finally, and perhaps most crucially for the audiobook producer, it's about fostering engagement. This isn't just about finishing a story, it's about inviting you into a broader conversation, strengthening your connection with the author, the narrator, and the world of audiobooks itself. It's a bridge from passive consumption to active participation, transforming a solitary listening experience into a shared cultural one. Now, let's look at why this happens and how we craft this crucial segment. A great conclusion acts as a gentle decompression chamber, allowing you to transition from the intense focus of the narrative back to your everyday life. It acknowledges the dedication required to follow a complex plot, to keep track of a multitude of characters, and to piece together the myriad of subtle hints and startling revelations. It's an act of gratitude, a gesture of appreciation for your invaluable time and attention. Without this thoughtful wrapping up, an audiobook might feel abruptly cut short, leaving a sense of unfulfilled potential or an unresolved emotional chord. It's the difference between a satisfying final chord in a symphony and a sudden, jarring silence. So, let us begin this final, reflective segment, ensuring that our conclusion is not merely an ending, but a new beginning for your next adventure. First, and most sincerely, I want to thank you, the listener, for joining us on this thrilling, convoluted, and utterly delightful mystery at Chimneys. Your presence, your sustained attention, your quiet deductions alongside Bundle Brent and Jimmy Thesiger, have been the very heartbeat of this narrative. Think back to those initial, seemingly innocuous gatherings at Chimneys, where a group of bright young people, perhaps a little too fond of hijinks, suddenly found themselves embroiled in something far more sinister than an after-dinner prank. Remember the bewildering sequence of deaths, the baffling disappearance of Gary Wade, the enigmatic organization of the Seven Dials, and the constant, unnerving feeling that danger lurked just beneath the surface of polite society. You, my dear listener, were right there with us, deciphering the coded messages, questioning the motives of every intriguing character, from the seemingly ditzy Lady Eileen Bundle Brent to the astute Superintendent Battle, and even the enigmatic Marquise de Rastignac. She gets a glimpse of the intellectual thrill and emotional payoff awaiting her, without spoiling the precise details. Let's turn this into a step-by-step exercise. It might seem daunting to write a review, but it's simpler than you think. 1. Locate the audiobook. Open your preferred audiobook platform, whether it's Audible, Libby, Kobo, or another service. Search for the Seven Dials Mystery. 2. Find the review section. Look for an option like Write a Review, Rate this book, or a star rating system. 3. Rate the audiobook. Start by giving it a star rating. This is often the quickest way to contribute. 4. Share your favorite twist briefly. Here's where your unique experience comes alive. You don't need to write an essay. Just think about that one moment, that single revelation, that made you gasp, that genuinely surprised you, or that completely recontextualized everything you thought you knew. Was it the unexpected role of Superintendent Battle's assistant? Was it the intricate network of spies operating under the guise of the idle rich? Perhaps it was the ingenious way the Seven Dials communicated, hidden in plain sight. Frame it like this: the plot twist involving a general description without revealing who or what explicitly, Example: the unexpected allegiance of one key character or the true purpose behind the innocuous gatherings was absolutely masterful, or my jaw dropped when mentioned the type of revelation. Example: the seemingly minor detail about the clock or the identity of the elusive number 1 was finally unveiled. 5. Add a general comment. You can also add a brief sentence or two about your overall enjoyment, the quality of the narration, or what you loved most about Agatha Christie's writing in this particular instance. For example, a classic Christie page-turner with delightful characters and a brilliantly complex plot, or the narrator's ability to differentiate so many voices really enhanced the experience. 6. Submit your review. Click Post or Submit. You've done it. From a philosophical perspective, this act of reviewing is deeply rooted in the concept of social proof. When we see others engaging with a product or service, especially with positive feedback, we are more inclined to trust it and engage ourselves. Your review becomes a beacon for others, guiding them towards a potentially wonderful experience. But there are common psychological barriers to leaving reviews. It's too much effort. My opinion doesn't matter. I don't know what to say. We've tried to dismantle these by providing a simple, step-by-step process and focusing on the most exciting part, your favorite plot twist. Your opinion absolutely matters. Every unique perspective adds to the richness of the communal understanding. And you don't need to be a literary critic. Genuine enthusiasm is far more powerful. The long-term impact of this is profound. For authors and producers, reviews provide invaluable feedback and visibility. For the audiobook community, they foster discovery and create a dynamic, interactive environment where listeners help each other find their next great listen. It's a virtuous cycle. You benefit from others' reviews, and your review in turn benefits others. It transforms the solitary act of listening into a communal, shared pursuit of captivating stories. Thirdly, having journeyed with us through the intricate machinations of the Seven Dials mystery, it is only natural to wonder, what's next? If you reveled in the cunning misdirection, the ensemble cast, and the delightful blend of drawing room mystery with daring espionage, then allow me to suggest your next captivating listen from the unparalleled queen of crime herself, Agatha Christie. Consider immersing yourself in the classic brilliance of The Murder of Roger Ackroyd. Now, let's dive into why this particular recommendation is so perfectly suited for those who enjoyed the unique flavor of the Seven Dials mystery. While Seven Dials dazzles with its large cast and secret societies, The Murder of Roger Ackroyd offers a different, yet EQ. It was a constant call to vigilance, a subtle cue for the characters, and indeed for us, to pay attention to the rhythms of the unfolding drama. Let's delve deeper into this concept with a detailed story. Imagine a moment, fictionalized perhaps, but entirely plausible within the world of the Seven Dials mystery. Bundle Brent, in one of her daring escapades, finds herself needing to intercept a crucial message. She knows a contact is supposed to deliver it at precisely 9:15, but through a fortunate misdirection, she overhears a whispered conversation hinting at a change in plan. The delivery will now happen at 5 minutes to 9, but only if the coast is clear. If Bundle hadn't been acutely aware of the original time, and hadn't been primed by her experiences to always check the time for potential shifts, she might have missed the altered schedule entirely. That brief, internal prompt to reevaluate the timing, to not take it for granted, saves the mission. Her vigilance, instilled by the very phrase we now reflect upon, proves instrumental. Consider this as an exercise in mindful observation. How often in your own life do subtle clues, perhaps related to timing, reveal a deeper truth or avert a potential mishap? Perhaps a meeting starts late, and that delay, though seemingly minor, allows you to catch an error in a report you were about to submit. Or a train is unexpectedly delayed, causing you to take an alternative route where you stumble upon a delightful new cafe you would have otherwise missed. The phrase "always check the time" becomes a metaphorical prompt to remain present, to observe the details, and to understand the implications of sequence and duration in the tapestry of daily life. From a philosophical perspective, the symbolic weight of a recurring motif like "always check the time" is incredibly potent. It creates a powerful echo chamber within the reader's mind, long after the final page is turned. It's not just a plot device, it becomes a piece of wisdom, a mental bookmark that reminds you of the story's themes of vigilance, hidden meanings, and the relentless, irreversible passage of time. The long-term impact of such a memorable catchphrase is that it fosters continued reflection on the story's core messages. It's a form of priming, a psychological principle where exposure to one stimulus influences the response to a subsequent stimulus. Hearing "always check the time" after completing the 7 Dials mystery might subtly influence how you perceive punctuality, how you look for patterns in events, or how you value the precision of planning in your own life. It ensures that the story doesn't just end, it resonates, continuing to offer subtle insights and delightful connections far beyond the final words of the narrator. It's the enduring power of literary echoes, linking the fictional world directly to your personal experience, making the story truly unforgettable. Listener reflection: a deeper dive into your experience as our formal journey through the 7 Dials mystery concludes. I invite you now into a moment of personal reflection. This is an opportunity to let the myriad threads of the story settle within your own thoughts, to explore the deeper implications of the narrative, and to connect the fictional world of Agatha Christie to your own observations and insights. There's immense value in this contemplative space, allowing the rich tapestry of the story to truly integrate with your own understanding of human nature and the intricate dance of life. Think about the characters you encountered. Which one resonated most with you, and why? Was it Bundle's audacious spirit, her headstrong determination to uncover the truth, even when it led her into perilous situations? Did you admire Jimmy Thesiger's quiet competence and unexpected moments of heroism? Or perhaps you found yourself drawn to the enigmatic quality of the various members of the 7 Dials, those individuals who operated in the shadows, their true motives often shrouded in mystery. Consider how these characters. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. If you found value, meaning, or inspiration in this journey, please remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you won't miss the next chapter. Your support helps us bring more timeless classics to life. See you in the next reading.